All right, shalom everybody, and peace of the Lord to all of you. I hope you can hear me and my voice coming good from your side. Peace for those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. You guys are always late, and I don't know what to do. I was waiting for you for 30 minutes, but it's okay, I will forgive you. Because I'm a good Muslim, I am going to forgive you if any believing woman she offer herself to the Prophet CP. So this is your last chance to fix it. If any believing women who believe in Allah and His Messenger, police be upon him, like to offer herself to fix it, you better do now before it's too late. Because the auction is going to close very soon and there's no auction no more. You know, yesterday we spoke about the scandal of Mimi Hijab, may Allah bless her, and his husband, Aisha, may Allah bless him. Because you don't know in Islam who is the male, who is the female. Here I found this video. This is an ex-Muslim. And it looked like those ex-Muslim women, they started a movement. It's called what? Me Too movement started for Mohammed Hijab. So no more ex-Muslim women, they are going to come. I don't know if you can read the title. This is her account. Candid with Lubna. She is an ex-Muslim, I can't tell. Her name is an Arabic name. I don't know if she is Christian. I don't know. I have no idea. I just saw this video, a minute ago, actually. Let us hear a little bit what she is saying, and then we continue with our topic.
Well, guys, I must say, for what is meant to be God's final word in the form of the religion Islam, there seems to be quite a lot of misinterpretations, interpretations, things that need to be understood in the context, and also too many examples of exploitation, especially of women by men. So what went wrong? So here we have a very famous man called Mohammed Hijab, who is known all around the world and is one of the most...
I don't know, everybody say he's very known around the world. It's very well known around the world. I don't know, this is what they are saying. Anyway, so what this guy who was known around the world, what he did?
Infamous Islamists, sadly living in our very own United Kingdom. Now, allegedly, he married someone in a secret marriage ceremony.
No, he did not marry anyone. It was a WhatsApp. What, have you ever heard somebody getting married in WhatsApp? And then he took her to bed. How this is a marriage? I mean, why people, they keep saying he married her? Guys, I want to get married, but I have a problem. I don't have WhatsApp. Let me download WhatsApp so you can WhatsApp me, and we can WhatsApp together and get married in WhatsApp. I mean, have you ever heard of somebody marrying somebody? She offer herself, he accept in WhatsApp. It's like adding a person. Can I text you? Yes. I accept your text. Oh, okay, now we are wife and husband. Let us go to bed. It was a WhatsApp. How that is? No, actually, no, sorry, not WhatsApp. Zoom. Let us zoom together. Now I know why they are zooming. Why they call the app Zoom? Can you zoom in the camera, please? Yeah, no, to the right. Oh, okay. Man, can I marry you now in Zoom? And then we go to the Hotel California. Anyway, what's up with what's... Well, the guy was horny, so it was up. So, sorry to say. And he have the wife at home is not doing her job, She never said to him, what's up? Because never get up there. Get up outside the house. Okay.
Ceremony, deceiving the lady concerned because...
Correction. You see, you women always against men. We are the victims of those women. I will explain to you. When Aisha, and she is a woman, at the age of 5, she was a woman. She was dating at the age of 4, and she is a woman. And she deceived Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and he's a man, at a very young age of 54 years old. How in the world do you keep blaming the man for everything happening in this earth, when it's obvious that the one who is old is the victim? And I'll explain to you. When we men, when we get older, we become like a teenage boys. Lousy. All over the place. We don't have a zipper. So Aisha, she took advantage of Prophet Muhammad. She knew exactly what Prophet Muhammad he liked. So the real victim here, it was the man who is 54 years old, who was lied to, scammed, and corrupt by the 5 years old Aisha. She convinced him to marry her at the age of 6. Can you believe it, how strong those females are? At the age of 6, she was able to convince a man at the age of 54 that I am the one you need. Muhammad, he go home, he cannot even sleep. He was under her control. Women are very controlling. At the age of 6, she controlled the guy. Put yourself in his, I don't want to say shoes because he used to wear Aisha's skirt. Put yourself in his skirt and just think about it. I mean, do you see how those women, they make things upside down? They try to flip the truth when the truth is so different. Don't listen to them. Especially Muslim men are victims of women. In fact, in Morocco, there's an organization called Fighting Against Women Violence Against Men. I can show you that. Hold on, let me search for it. You think I'm lying? Tens of thousands of men in Morocco get beaten, and many even get injured severely, and some die. Let me see if I can. Organization. They even have their own ambulance. This is Al Jazeera TV, and you know Al Jazeera TV, they don't lie. It's owned by Hamas, you know, so they don't lie. But anyway, so this is Al Jazeera TV, and they are saying, you can use your phone to translate. انتشار العنف ضد الرجال, the spread of violence against men. Where? In Morocco. And look, even there's a woman, she joined the men. All those men are victims of women sexual harassment and beating. Look at the guy in the right with the white t-shirt, all the way in the right. Do you see his cheek is so red? Do you know why? Slap. Women, Moroccan women, you know, you don't mess with them. Men there, they are victims. So all here it says, even giving you many men telling about their experience about what happened to them by being beaten by women. So this is something very real, and Muslim women are not what people say. They are victim of men. In fact, they are very aggressive, and I'm serious now, very aggressive, very evil. You see, what people they see, women wearing hijab, the man he beat her, the Quran says beat them. But you go inside the house, you will see the man inside the house, he is the mice. He is the one who washes dishes. He is the one who changed the diaper. He is the one she is wiping the floor with him. They go outside, you are finished, boy. So let us go back to here, Lubna. She is telling us about what she think of Mimi Hijab.
All he actually wanted from her was sex. Now this apparent ex-wife...
Sorry, this is not true. He don't want to have sex. He want to have just a breastfeeding for adult. The guy is hungry. His wife, she is not giving her breast. Why you people make things upside down? He want to have a breastfeeding for adult. If I go right now to Google and I type Mohammed Hijab, can I suckle your wife breast? Let us see. Oh, I was typing in Arabic. Unbelievable. Let us do it again. Mohammed Hijab, can I all right. I will show you what Mohammed Hijab. Here we go. I just type online to find it. This is Mohammed Hijab. This is a clear proof that Mohammed Hijab was so angry, and we cannot blame him. Here's a prophet. He says that a Muslim woman, she can give her boobs to any strange man. Mohammed Hijab, he go to a sheikh. He is a Muslim brother, and he told him, okay, can I suck your wife tit to make her haram? So, you know, this guy, he have a lot of, you know, shish kebab, you know, suckling. This is the guy, he was asking him to suck his wife tits. Bu Nur. Bu Nur, he said to him, what kind of mannerism are these? Shame on you, Muhammad. Muhammad, he said, why? What's wrong? He believe it's halal. So he have a lot of you know, previous interest, and he even make fun of his prophet and his belief. So the guy, he is not seeking sex. Let us be honest here. He was just hungry. He want to have, you know, some suckling. You know, I mean, I don't know what he was suckling there. Not necessarily her breast, but obviously he is hungry. You know. And we need to be careful. Like, don't blame the victim, please. Those women always they blame the victim, like the man in this case, and they go and the women, they side with women. What we can do?
Wife has now come out and is being verbal about her abuse and her abuser. Now, I will be playing her voice, and just, of course, to heavily caveat, I'm giving my opinion on this topic. My opinion is not fact and can change over time. But I must say,
My opinion is not a fact, can change over time. Okay. I changed my opinion to listen to you. So, my opinion is not a fact, can change over time. I like that. Sound like Prophet Muhammad. So listen carefully. I looked online, and I was amazed that not a single Muslim, he made a video about this. As if nothing happened. Is it possible that the Muslim did not hear about what happened? Is it possible that no Muslim, he got the news about this video? Not a single video. If I go right now and I search and I will go to the tools and search for today. Anytime, make it today in the past 24 hours, all right? Let us see if there is any Muslim making a video. No. I don't see any Muslim making a video. I don't know who is making this video here. Let's see. But I don't think this is made by a Muslim. Yeah, this is not made by a Muslim. Let us see another video. Yeah, nobody is talking about what Mimi Hijab have done. Very weird. They are trying to bury it. They are trying to suppress. Let us see here. Oh, maybe here we have a Muslim. No, this is not a Muslim too. Yeah, I see some videos, but until now I don't see any video made by Muslims. And this is, you know, like there's a good question mark about this. Why Muslims are not talking about it? Yeah, I see 0 Muslims speaking about what happened. Not a single one. All right. No, it's not about risk of beating. This guy, he don't dare to beat anybody. But he's a bully, you know. Anyone he speak against him right away, he go and he bully the person. Mimi Hijab and Dawah both are bully. And anyone who don't want to be bullied, he avoid speaking against them. However, what I know, there's many Muslims, they are more bully than them. So they are like, you know, the bully can stand for a bully, no problem. But until now, I don't see I don't see any video. I'm looking online. It's like the story of Sheikh Uthman when he took the wife of this guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. I think he claimed to be from Lebanon. So this woman, she converted to Islam. Obviously, she is a very the thing. So they are fighting over her. The first guy, he got her. He convinced her to marry. The whole point is sex, And then he have some like not happy together. So he asked Uthman. Uthman is the one who married her to him, supposedly. So he asked Uthman to intervene to fix the relationship between him and his wife. And what Uthman he did? He took the wife. He married a married woman, which is obviously just sex. What was his name? Adnan. His name is Adnan. I don't remember his name really. Let me see if his name is Adnan. Maybe we can get the video. Well, I don't think his name is Adnan. Hold on. I think his last name was Hubba something. Let us see. Sheikh Uthman. I know this video is made by who? Let us see. Omar Halak. Omar Halak. All right. Let us see if we can find the video. Sheikh Uthman. Yeah, I found the video here. But let us see. I did not find the original video, but I found this. So this guy here, Omar Abu Adnan Halak. Yeah. So here we have this video here. So this guy here, he was interviewed by somebody and asked him about his wife, what happened.
More mad than you are, to be honest with you. But my question to you is, so you're seeking justice, right? So what kind of justice are you seeking on public? What exactly that you need?
I want him to step down from doing wrong dawah, and then we cannot, or either he has to repent and apologize, repent to Allah and apologize, okay? So we're gonna question if he can do dawah or talk about Islam again, because since he cannot follow Islam, and he did the biggest sin he could do.
So you want him basically to first admit it in public, correct?
Yes, yes, and repent to Allah.
Okay,
Yep.
brother. So let me ask you a question. So I'm not saying that you are incorrect, by the way, because I've heard you like a couple days ago with a brother, I believe, whose name is Abu Adam. You're talking to Yahya Adam with one other brother was hosting you, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm not saying that you are correct or you are incorrect, but have you proved it beyond like a reasonable doubt? هل أقمت الحجة عليه? You see what I'm saying?
So perfect. So let's go back to here. So what his wife is doing at Sheikh Osman's property?
I believe, due to my limited knowledge, she was, as you said, at his mother's property, not his property. Unless they live together, his mother and himself.
Property now. It's his property. We checked today. It's his property. But let's say his mother's house, okay? And why she calls his mother my mother-in-law?
If she calls his mother the mother-in-law, it would be a catastrophe, to be honest. Because to my understanding, a mother-in-law means the mother of the husband, of the wife. To my understanding.
Exactly. Exactly. So please, brother, watch the video. Watch the video that she's calling his mother my mother-in-law.
Demand of Umar Abu Adnan is fair, truthful, and justifiable. He is not demanding money. He is not demanding US dollars, but he
demanding women, he need to apologize. So the guy, he took your wife and he's doing boom boom to her, and you need apologizing? That's it? That will solve the problem now? What a man. You are a real man, I have to say. I mean, you are the man. Let me there's no voice? Guys, you did not hear him? Oh, really? Hold on, why? So all this time you did not hear anything? Oh no. Why is that? Doesn't make sense. Why you did not hear anything? Let me play it again. Hold on.
Just want
It doesn't make sense. Because from my side, software is coming fine. The video I played was working. You heard the video? All right. So why is somebody saying we hear nothing? Anyway, Prophet Muhammad, he said, if you did not hear the call for the adhan, that because shaitan, he slept in your ears, and he pissed, and he pee-pee and poo-poo in your ears. That explain it. So this is not the technical difficulty. It was all about shaitan. We have all the Jews. We have to blame the Jews. You know, maybe the Jews, they block your ears. You have, you know, we have to blame somebody. Sorry, we are Arab. You know. So either choose, like we choose either the Jews or the shaitan. Which one? Huh? It's up to you. So as you see, you know, this is what Muslims they do. This is why, you know, when I was like a teenage and then high school, I go to Muslim house. You know, kids with me in the school. They come to my house. I go to their house. When they come to my house, we don't allow them to see any female in the house. Period. They cannot see. But when I go to their house, they take me and I sit with them in the kitchen with their sisters. If I am there and other kid in our age, he come to join us, but he's a Muslim, we go to different room and all the females have to leave. Muslim cannot see the Muslim females. Me, the Christian, is more than welcome to go all the way to the kitchen. The guy, his mother wearing, like, you know, I mean, house clothing. I'm not going to say anything bad about them, but they are wearing very, you know, open clothing. Muslim women, actually, when they are at home, they wear very, very short clothes. So they never hide their females from Christian person. They hide it from Muslims because they knew what Muslims are about. A Muslim, he don't trust a Muslim. You remember the story, Muhammad, he went to his own son house. The wife was there alone. He flirted with her, and later he forced his son to divorce her so he can, excuse my language, F her. So if this is their prophet, what do you expect about the rest? So this is what happened with Mimi Hijab. The woman, she was unhappy with her husband. The same as with this guy. There's some problem with the husband and the wife. He called Sheikh Uthman. Sheikh Uthman, he took the women from her husband. In the case of this woman, Aisha, here the story, the same. This Aisha, this girl, this woman, she have a problem with her husband. She told Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed Hijab now, thanks to David Wood, he made him famous. He got a job in the Islamic Council in England, of Europe actually. So they are the one who take care of Muslim issues, including divorce and marriage. Imagine. From a street boy who nobody listened to him, wear pink, you know, no sleeve shirt like a gay, to a person who become in the European Council of Islam. All of this because of one debate with David Wood. So she came to him asking for help. Mohammed Hijab, obviously he saw something interesting about her. We do not know how she looked like, but obviously she must be a very good looking woman, to the point the guy melted, he wanna have her. So he helped her to get rid of the previous husband, and right away he start telling her that he want her to be his hotel girl. And this is very normal in Islamic religion. Never invite a Muslim to your house. Never believe he is a friend. In fact, the Quran says, take not Christians and Jews as a friends. And you will see many naive in the West, they keep saying to you, I have Muslim friend. And we keep saying to them, Muslims don't have a, they don't have a friends. As you see, if they do that to each other, what they will do to you? You are the enemy. But it doesn't matter how many times I repeat to those people that Muslims cannot take you as a friend. They don't listen. You will see many people, they come here. I keep texting, my text is changing. You will see here people coming here for many months or even years listening to me, and then they say to me, I have a Muslim friend, as if they heard nothing. And then we explain, listen, Muslims are not even allowed to take even their own families as a friends if they are not Muslims. But they will come tomorrow, and they will become today, and they will say to you, well, I have a Muslim friend. Even the Quran says Allah will spread hatred and enmity between the Christians until the day of judgment, which is confirmation that Allah himself is the Satan, and his target, his mission, is to make Christians hate each other, and it works. I believe Allah, this is the word of Shaitan. For the benefit of who? To make people hate each other anyway. Satan, not God. Regardless if the Christians, they have correct faith or not. Why you want to spread hate between them? What about saying, I'm going to make them understand, I'm going to show them the truth? No, I will spread hatred between them until the day of judgment. And then in verse number 51, as we will see here, it says clearly, take not Christians and Jews as a friends, and the one who take them as a friend, he is one of them, which means he become an apostate. But I say, a Muslim should not take a Muslim as a friend, because the most people who betray in the world are Muslims. If you go check right now the history of Islam and check who is the one who killed the caliphates, who is the one who killed the family of Muhammad, who is the one who killed Fatima, who is the one make her lose her baby, who is the one who burned their houses, who is the one who cut the head of Uthman, who is the one, even they played volleyball with the head of Uthman. Before they killed him, Uthman, the one who collected the Quran, imagine, this is the one who made them have Quran. If not him, there's no Quran today, according to their history. So if they are willing to do this to Uthman, what they will do to someone else? Aisha, she took an army and she caused the death of 10,000 Muslims. She took an army to kill Ali and his family. This is Aisha, the one we say, the little girl, you know, Muhammad, he raped her. She is a whore, and she is a criminal. Muhammad died. She did take an army. Imagine how filthy she is. And then she went to attack Ali, and then Ali, he did beat her, and he defeated her, but he did not kill her, because still she is the wife of Muhammad. And later, according to Shia books, Aisha, she was screwed up by Bani Umayyah. They invited her to one of their palaces, which is built by the slaves, and under the bed they put hundreds of sharp spikes. So when she slept in the bed collapsed, according to the Shia story, and she fell on those spikes, and this is how she was killed. So this is what the Muslims do to the Muslims. So are you surprised to see a Muslim taking the wife of somebody else? This is a very filthy cult. All of it is based on violence and sexuality and money. Donate to me, you will go to heaven. Allah will give you a corner lot, Muhammad said. Muhammad, he convinced a man, his name is Abu Dahdah, to give him a corner lot in the heaven, sorry, in a farm, have 600 palm tree, and Muhammad, he promised him that you will go to heaven right now because you just gave me your farm. This is a religion. There's nothing there except sex. I mean, if you believe in Allah and you go to heaven, what you will do? What is exactly the reward? What we will do in heaven? Sex. Have you ever heard of a religion, any religion in the world, somebody promising his followers in this palm tree penis? So this religion, if we can call it a religion, it is nothing but a very sexual, and sexual go through steps: violence, cheating, lying, deceiving. All the doors are open to reach the target. By the way, those are not real women. This is AI. You know, so don't think this is a real naked women. Okay, Muslim, don't stop touching yourself. I know you. Muslim, they get horny. According to the hadith, Muslim, they have sex with the goat. If you remember, once I have supposedly a debate. This is what his name, Nader Ahmed, called it. I debated him about his prophet having sex with the goat, and look what he said to me. Isn't it better than your Bible? So which means he agreed that his prophet have sex with the goat. The Bible saying smash the head of the baby? So you see, when we debate with Muslims about Jesus, we debate if he's God. Did he say he's God? We don't debate if Jesus is good or bad. Nobody will dare to debate about Jesus' ethic. But when we debate about Muhammad, we debate about a pervert. And here you have to notice with me that when we speak about Jesus, he is so good to the point we are wondering, is he God or just a man? I mean, do you see how good is this person? Why we don't debate with Muslims about if Muhammad is a prophet or not? But we talk about Muhammad, how pervert he is. You know, today somebody, he made a comment in my previous video. I don't know if you guys saw it. Anyone saw the comment? As usual, always I make the comments of Muslims in the top. You know, we don't hide. Like if you go to Muslim channels, they any comment which is disagree with them, they right away they suppress it, they delete it, they do anything they can. But when a Muslim he made a comment against us or against me, I put it in the top, and I have a reason for that. You know, we are people who believe in truth, and we are not afraid of the truth. And if somebody is ashamed of the truth, well, he is obviously, he don't have God. So this guy, he said here, read with me the comment. Which of the following biblical prophet was king of Abydos? Solomon, 406 slave, 300 wives. This is a wrong number, Abdul. They are 700 wives. Musa has taken 30k child virgins as war booty. Jesus frolicking nude with young boys. We want to see where is that. I would like to see it. Joseph 74 marrying 12 years old Mary. David raping neighbor wife, killing her hubby, marrying her. Sanardine 69b. Solomon mom gave birth to him when she was 8 years and 8 days old. How that is possible? Answer all of them. P.S. No age of any wife is in the Quran when comparing apple to apple. And then I gave here my answer. You know, I challenge this potato, if he dare, to call me right now, and let us see if what he said is true. If you go to 1 Kings, you will see that God, he condemned Solomon for having many wives. So Solomon was following his lust. He is not following God. In fact, this is what the kingdom destroyed. The kingdom was destroyed. Not because they were doing good. David, the wife he took and the son he had from her died. God punished him and he destroyed him because of his action. And this is all in the Bible. But if we go just to show you how Muslims are just a bunch of fools, they do not know their religion. This is my answer. It's obviously your love fabrication. However, Solomon has 700 wives, not 400. And the top of that, none of those wives God gave him the permission to marry. But it was his lust. 1 King 11. And here I am quoting from the Bible. You can read it. So the difference between the Bible and Islam, Muhammad the pervert, he have a chapter made by Allah saying any believing woman she want to offer herself to F her, take her. Any believing, doesn't matter. 10 million, 5 billion, no matter. Here, God is rebuking Solomon for his behavior, the same as for David. And then he's speaking about Mary and Joseph. Look how stupid they are. Isn't it your stupid religion believe that Mary, she was virgin when she gave birth to Jesus? There's nowhere in the Bible mention her age. But let us say, for the sake of argument, she was 1 year old. In order to give a birth, she had to be a woman. Otherwise, she would die. That's number one. Number two, she's a virgin, which means no man touched her anyway. Joseph was engaged to Mary, not married to Mary. Engagement for the Jews is equal to marriage. The difference is there is no sexual contact. And this is confirmed in your Quran. And then here we continue. How about David raping his wife, neighbor wife? This is what he said. But the fact, this is in his book. In my book, God condemned David for taking the wife of that man. He sent him to war. It's not a neighbor. He sent the man to war so he can have the wife. And he did not rape her. However, that does not make him a good person. But if you go in his stupid book, you will see the same story. And I get him the story as you see here, with the reference that David, he was spying at a woman she is married, his neighbor. The man, his name was Uriah. He saw her taking a shower. And he sent him to die so he can have her. And this is the link from your Muslim books. And we can open the interpretation. And by the way, this is even mentioned in the Quran. And here I have a mistake in the text. Cinnamon, I want to say Solomon. You know, sometimes Google did not understand my accent. He said that Solomon, his mother, she gave birth to him when she was 8 years old. But Solomon is a child of many kids. So if we go by what he said, the mother, she gave a birth for an infant. This is the first year she died. All right. The first surviving child, Shamawa or Shemiah, he was the first surviving. So now this is a child number 2. Shubab is a child number 3. Nathan is a child number 4. Solomon is a child number 5. So based on what he is saying, if she was 8 years old as they claim, that means the mother of Solomon, she started giving birth when she was 2 years old. This is why we laugh at you Muslims. Sorry, I did not No, that you cannot see the comment. I forgot the picture there. This is how stupid the Muslim. They say stupid things. We laugh at you. So the woman, she was giving birth at the age of 2. So what? She married at the age of 9 months. If she gave birth to Solomon at the age of 8, that mean, I mean, she carried him for 9 months, right? So at age of 7, she was pregnant with Solomon. But before Solomon, there was a kid, and before the kid, there was a kid, and before the kid, there was a kid, and before the kid, there was a kid. So this woman, she started delivering babies. She got married maybe at the age of 9. I mean 9 months, not 9 years. So do you see how stupid you Muslims when you fabricate lies? And this is the story of David sending his own spying at the women taking a shower. Allah, he sent a bird, and the bird, very beautiful bird. So David, he followed the bird according to your prophet, and the bird stopped in the window. So he went to the window and he saw this woman taking shower in the yard. So he decided to, hey, this is your book, and here this is the reference. This is your books, Abdul. And you know, according to your prophet, David, he was effing a lot of women because simply he want to do jihad, nikah jihad. So he want to F them, excuse my language, so they can do jihad for the sake of Allah. Read it. And this is Al-Bukhari. Don't tell me this is weak. This is Solomon, sorry. So once Solomon, the son of David, said, I swear by Allah, tonight I will do nikah to 100 or 99 women, each of whom will give a birth to a night. I mean, this guy, he is sure that his penis, each time he shoot, he got a boy. So he's, why 99, 100 women in a night? Let me get my calculator. I mean, I cannot do that, sorry. I can like maybe 18, 9, to be honest with you. 95, 96 maybe, if I ate some shish kebab, you know. Let us see how many. So if the guy, he started at night, you know, because he said tonight, right? So the night. So let us say, you know, like how many hours a night? Let us say 8 hours. Let us say 10 hours. So 100 women divided to 10 hours. This guy, he was busy for 10 hours having sex. He have orgasm every 10 minutes. Right, Abdul? And then the story is not even here. It's getting more funny because he forgot to say inshallah, which means Allah will. Allah did not give him any child except a half one, a disabled person. But he did not say if Allah wills. Big mistake. You see Mimi Hijab, when he was having sex with his hotel wife, if he say, I'm going to have sex with you and Allah protect me from your scandal, if Allah will, you cannot do anything against him. But he forgot. Big mistake. So he forgot to say if Allah will. And because of that, therefore, only one of those women, imagine this guy, he was effing all night long. Only one of those women conceived and gave birth to a half man. Half man. Who's talking? Muhammad. So isn't this is a religion of pervert? In the Bible, you will not find God telling the guy, go and F all those women. In fact, the Quran is speaking about women as goats. And this is about David and Solomon. You see it? How many goats he have? 99 goats. When you read this, you think they are talking about goats. In fact, they are talking about 99 wives. Right? Do we have any Muslim here don't like what we are saying? Any Muslim, he don't like what we are talking about? 99 goats? Hmm. All right. You know, the Muslim, they forgot that all the stories, any story in the Quran, is stolen from somewhere. So when they speak about the Old Testament commanding to kill the enemy, the story, we can't find it in the Quran. There's not a single story in the Quran. Muhammad is not stealing from somewhere. He have none of his own stories. The only stories Muhammad he have is about his penis. Any believing woman, she want to offer herself to the Prophet. Otherwise, any story speaking about something happening in the past is a stolen story. And all of us, we knew the story of Gog and Magog and how Muhammad being fooled by the Jews. You know, when the Jews, they came to Muhammad and they asked him about Prophet Zulqarnain. As usual, Muhammad was called in the Quran as an udhun, which means he is an ear. He's what? He's an ear. What ear mean? Any story he hear, he take it, he put it in his book. Just tell him anything of your choice. Right away, Muhammad, he will take it, he will adopt it, he will confirm it, and he will add it to his book, claiming that his God give it to him. And this is the verse in front of you. Chapter 9, verse 61. وَمِنْهُمُ الَّذِينَ يُؤْذُونَ النَّبِيَّ وَيَقُولُونَ هُوَ أُذُنٌ. He is just an ear. The Muslim, they try to fix the Quran. They say he's leaning his ear to every news. No, they are accusing him. That's why it says they are trying to hurt him. If somebody lean his ears to the news, what's wrong with that? Right? If somebody lean his ears to the news, listen to the news, how that is going to hurt, how that is a bad reputation of you. What they are saying, he is just an ear. Anything you say to him, he take it, he adopt it, he insert it in his stupid book. Somebody is saying, was Jesus a vegetarian? My friend, this is a very silly question, but just to answer you, even vegetables are not vegetarian. Don't you know that vegetables, they eat meat? Are you a Hindu, my friend? This is what you are worried about, a vegetarian? Yeah, you will see someone is a Hindu. He is so proud, I don't eat meat, I am vegetarian. But vegetarian, that means you eat meat, because vegetables eat meat. Put a fish under the tomato and see how the tomato will go crazy. Right? Anyway. No, let the fool hear. That's okay. You know, we need some time comedy. It's all right. You know, there's many false religions who claim that eating something what make you good or bad. When the Old Testament forbid the Jews from eating certain things, it was for their benefit, not the opposite. Or for what is healthy, what is not. Not because you are bad or good. What does this have to do with being bad? I mean, chicken, they eat shit. Is that making the chicken bad chicken? And the chicken who don't eat shit, it's a good chicken? Jesus says, it's not what you go to your mouth, it's what comes from your mouth. And that will defeat all what the Hindus believe. So the Hindus, they believe, you know, like we don't eat meat, we are better than those who eat, you know, we have a noble spirit, we are people of yoga. But then when the husband died, they burn the wife with the husband. Their books teach that you can sleep around if you are a man, but the women, she should not do that. Their books teach casting system. There's noble families, noble, you know, like a sect, noble group, and there's group are thrown into the garbage. Christianity teach, for God loved the world, he sent his only begotten son. There's no bad Indian and good Indian because of where he's born. There's a bad Indian or bad man, bad women, based on what they do, not based on what family they are born of. So Hinduism is very stupid. It's not better than Islam. All right. I thought CP when I talk about the scandal. Will we talk about anything we want, and we cover any of what you see? I'm not a super chat guy. I answer only people who give me super chat. As you see, I don't have super chat. In different channel, you make a donation, which is nothing but a bribe, and then they will answer your question. So I'm not here to talk about what you like to hear. I talk about anything in the chat. So if somebody asks question, I have to answer. All right? If you don't like that, you don't have to be here. Nobody is forcing anyone to be here if he is not liking what we do. Just go. Going back to our topic about Mimi hijab. You know, many Muslim women like this woman, she is an ex-Muslim obviously, they have suffered from experience with Islam. In fact, there's many videos, it's called Me Too Ex-Muslim, speaking about women, what happened to them when they go to Hajj, how men they put their fingers in their butt, how men they touch their vagina, how women she been raped in the Hajj, how the sheikh he take advantage of her. But listen carefully. None of this will make Islam bad, unless Islam and the founder of Islam was like this exactly. To make it simple, there's many they claim to be Christians, and they are the same as Muslims. They are pedophiles, criminals, scammers, and many of them they use the name of God. Donate to me. Give me money. If you donate now, God forgive you. God will bless you. Call right now, 1-800 number right now before it's too late. receive the blessing of God. There's a guy, his name is Mr. Dollar, if I remember. He told his followers in a church, imagine, naive people, that God commanded him to buy a private airplane. God, it's God. It's not me. It's not for me. What's wrong with you? So this kind of scumbags exist everywhere. So if Muslims have many scumbags like this, well, we have many like them too. They claim to be Christian. The only difference is Muhammad himself was a scumbag. So if the best man for a Muslim is a scumbag, how a Muslim can claim to be a good person? So when a Christian or someone he call himself a Christian or label himself a Christian, and he do something filthy, obviously he's a false Christian. But when someone he's a Muslim and he do something filthy, he's a true Muslim. And that is the difference between us and them. She is still Muslim, so why she is not wearing hijab? No, I don't think she's still a Muslim. If she is a Muslim, she don't wear hijab. Let me click at her videos, see if she...
So I made a video on the convictions re the UK grooming gangs, and
Yeah, I don't think she is a Muslim. I mean, I think obviously... Yeah, I was raised as a Muslim, you know. So she is not. I don't think she is a Muslim. Anyway, I don't know. This is what it says. I'm reading what it says here. But a Muslim, she will not be, you know. See, she is speaking against Islam. There's no way she is a Muslim. Rich Pakistanis start snitching on each other. Use me for sex. 7 hours ago. English lady has a message for Muslims in Britain. Muslim made religion filthy. See? All right. So what I see, she is speaking very negative about Muslims and Islam, you know. Yeah. An Englishman threatened after becoming an ex-Muslim.
hi all, welcome back to Candid with Libna. Now some of you guys have requested that I make a video on this, and hence that.
Let's take a look at who this man was while he was a passionate, devout Muslim. Let's take a look at some clips.
You're going like this to my face.
Because you're telling me you're going to dominate me and conquer the
Get your
world.
finger out my face, bro. Get your finger out my face.
What do you mean when you say that Muslims are going to dominate the world? I'm not going to be your dhimmi. I'm not going to be your dhimmi.
And you will give us the jizya.
Because I'm not. See, there we go. There's the excuse. There's the excuse.
We're going to take our quote to you. You don't belong there. You
Stop running
just
away
can't
from the
take
subject.
it. That's it.
You literally say you're going to dominate the world.
Yeah, we will. And what? What are you going to do?
Mate, your empires have collapsed. The caliphates are nowhere to be seen. You come here and you say you're going to dominate the world, and we're all going to pay you a jizya. I'm not paying you nothing, mate.
You will.
We'll see. We'll see if I pay you a jizya.
You
say thank you to the British government.
Hold it down, my boy. Hold it down, my boy. Why are you talking about someone's mum? What are you going to do?
He's never talking about his mum, not about his mum, though.
Make you condemn someone.
Wallahi, this is all fucked up.
We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Going nowhere.
Well, he seems quite aggressive at this point, and he doesn't actually seem very happy.
No, I didn't want to show those clips to embarrass the man. By all means, no, that's not what I'm doing. I want to show those clips because I want to contrast who this man used to be with who this man is now. Now, I don't know this man too well. I only met him a few days ago when I went down to Speaker's Corner and had the privilege of talking to him. But I thought his story was so fascinating that I wanted to share it with you guys. And you can make up your own mind whether you see any big changes between who he used to be as a Muslim and now who he is as an ex-Muslim. Let's watch the video.
There's lots of different religious viewpoints that come here, but there's only one viewpoint that behaves like that. And now that I look at things objectively and don't subscribe to anything, I can see that.
All right, so like he left Islam, so he was acting like a mule when he was a Muslim, and now he is more reasonable, and he left Islam. So I don't know about this woman, she's an ex-Muslim or not, but let me tell you, even if she claims she's an ex-Muslim, by dressing like this, she is an ex-Muslim. All right? Many of those, so-called Muslim women living in the West or even in the Middle East, a woman, she don't follow Islam, she is not, Islam is not the same as other belief. Islam is different. It's a state. It's a law you have to follow. So the differentiation between a Muslim and non-Muslim, the Muslim is the one who follow the law, the practice, not the one who believe. You do not need to believe. Believing in Islam have nothing to do with being Muslims. Practicing what make you a Muslim. Like if you go in the Quran, if you remember, we showed you tons of times the reference for this. So if you go in the Quran, Muhammad, he forced the Arab to convert to Islam. The Arab, they say, we believe. Muhammad, he said to them, or Aka Allah, no, you don't believe, but you can say you are a Muslim. You can say you are a Muslim, no problem, but don't say we believe. You surrender. This is who you are. You surrender. Islam means surrender. Not like those dummies they keep saying in their channels, even those who claim to be Christians. We keep saying to them, don't say submission, don't say submission. They keep saying Islam means submission. Islam means surrender. So you surrender, you do not submit. Submit is something you do willingly. Surrender is someone being forced to. So all the Muslims are surrendering to Islam because they have no choice. They are born of a Muslim family. If you don't surrender or keep surrendering, they will kill you. But there is many ways to act without saying it, which mean to say I am not surrendering, but you don't say the word. And this is how women, Muslim women, express that. If you don't wear hijab, if you don't, if you don't pray a total of 3 days as a Muslim, you shall be killed, because this is a clear order of apostate. 3 days, unless you bring an excuse, like let's say you are sick, you can't stand. If a Muslim in the old days, he is not going to the mosque, and nobody see him going to the mosque no more, they will call him for a questioning. Why you are not coming to the mosque? If he did not give an excuse, good excuse, he's in trouble. And then they will give him a warning. You better fix it or else. If you don't fix it, he will be killed. He will be considered an apostate. So when a woman, she like here, she claimed to be a Muslim. She is not a Muslim if she claimed to be a Muslim. But this is what you are saying. She's still a Muslim. But obviously she's not. I mean, look at the video she's playing. So there is some they dare to say it. There is some they don't dare to say it. You know what I mean? And I met many of those Muslims who don't dare to say we are ex-Muslims. When I was a kid, actually, there was a Muslim kid older than me. He said to me something I could not understand. At that time, he was way older. But both of us, we go to the same school. But he's in a higher grade. He said to me, we Muslims, we have faith, but we don't have God. You Christians, you have God, but you don't have faith. What this guy is talking about? They have faith, but they don't have God. We have God, but they don't have faith. And he's right. But he is talking about that many Christians are not practicing, even though they have God, the true God. So this guy, later I understood that he is saying clearly that he is an ex-Muslim. He's just blindly following the practice because he don't dare to change it. But he agreed that he didn't have God, for their God is false. But you Christians, he was saying to me, you have God, but you don't have faith. And for sure, this is not the case for all Christians, but there's many Christians are Christians by name. It's not a secret. All right? Well, there is nothing is called moderate Muslims. Moderate Muslim. You know, the joke of moderate Muslim is a bigger joke. Actually, it's more funny and more stupid to say, like, do we have a moderate Quran? Do we have a moderate Bible? How come there is no moderate Christian? What does that mean? Moderate, moderate. You see, this is a clear sign and action that they are rejecting Islam. As if it is like a religion of somebody, they call him prophet, we can abrogate it to Islam 02, Islam 03, Islam 04. What do you mean moderate? Do you have moderate Muhammad? And do we need moderate Christians? Anyone he come to you with the word moderate in any belief, obviously he don't believe in his original belief. Right? Otherwise, they will not seek such a solution. This is just, they are lying to themselves, saying, we want to reform Islam. Okay, are you going to reform Muhammad and the Quran of Muhammad? Like, is Allah going to send you a new messenger? His name is a Christian prince? Huh? So all the Muslims, they are trying their best to present themselves are people who they are following God, but the second you follow Islam, you are a pervert. And then, in order to make ourselves, we have nothing to do with this, we are moderate Muslims. Like, we don't follow the prophet who have sex with the children, who rape his own son wife, the prophet who kidnap women from their husbands, the prophet who taught us to lie, the prophet who says any believing woman she offer herself to me so I can F her, the prophet he says, I will give you endless penis if you go to heaven. Is that going to be a moderate penis too? It's like, are we going to shorten the penis Muhammad promise? So in the time of Muhammad, the promise of Allah, the penis was endless. Today, the penis will be plastic and smaller, like minimalist. What moderate? For the love of the vegetarian, please answer Chris. He has copied and posted the same question. What is the question? This guy, he asked, is Jesus vegetarian? No, Jesus, he did not. He's not vegetarian. We answer him. We made fun of his question. If he's a dummy, he will keep asking the same question. What we can do? So if Jesus is a vegetarian, how he blessed the fish and they ate? And the Bible, the Bible, the Old Testament, is given to us by the same God. We don't have a new God. So do the Old Testament says what food we can eat? We have a long list in details. But you know, anyway, somebody is silly, he's a silly, what you can do? Like this guy Chris, he remind me of Joe Biden talking about the hair of his legs. He's going to be a president. Instead of talking what he will do to us, how he can fix the country, he's talking a story about his uncle was eaten by the zombie and how many hairs in his legs. And then when he become a president, you know, he forgot his name, right? Isaiah 11:6, the wolf would dwell with the lamb. You know, Chris, I'm willing to open my Discord just for you. Do you like to call me so we can read together? Do you like to do that? You see, Chris, I just give you my attention now. Do you want to do that? Because any stupid idiot, he read the whole chapter, he will know that this is not about vegetarian, you idiot. Do you want to call me Mr. Vegetarian? What does have to do with a, you know, I walk with the lamb, but I eat the lamb too. But is that really about a lamb? Isn't it the shepherd he walked with his lamb too? What a silly idiot you are. You know, when I say stupidity is amazing, I have my reasons. And this is how you know who is silly and who is stupid. Lord have mercy. The book of Isaiah is a book of a prophecy. And this is not about lambs and not about lions and not about wolves. But a dummy like you understand it in such a way. Do you want to join me, Chris, so I can take you in Discord so we can laugh together? And don't say I'm going to bully you. Are you going to join me, Mr. Vegetarian? Or you will not? I'm going to count to 3. If you say you will join me in Discord, I will not block you, because I want you to challenge me in what I am saying. Copy, paste, potato. So, are you willing to join me in Discord, just for you? I'm counting. I know that my voice takes some time to arrive for you, so I will give you 3-4 minutes to say yes. If you don't say yes, I will block you. I'm not going to waste my time with the kid, because I want people to hear the smart you. You know, like if I'm the one who can talk, you cannot talk, what I would do. All right, he is not responding. Block him. Potato. Yeah, he's just a coward. You know, this guy remind me of a Muslim. He said to me that Jesus, he said, you know, we should drink his piss. I said, where in the Bible even mention the word piss, that Jesus ever even have urine or urinated? He said, doesn't Jesus said, the one who drink my water will never go thirsty? So don't waste your time with donkeys who use fake names and they are not Christians. All right. Do we have any Muslim would like to share and talk with us about the topic of today? Did Mohammed Hijab did something bad according to Islam, or he is a good man? Who is a Muslim would like to join us?
Uninterrupted, unfiltered, and finally heard.
I never thought that one day I'm going to have to come out publicly on social media and speak about something like this. People who work for Islam and to protect our religion have always been more than family to me. And Mohammed Hijab in specific, I had a lot of respect and trust in him because of how scholars are praising him worldwide, and obviously because of his position and his knowledge and all of that. I'm going to share this today not because I want to, but because I have to. And I take an oath in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I'm only going to be sharing the truth. And my purpose is for the truth to prevail and for justice to be served and for there to be accountability, and that we don't give unconditional impunity to our elites, because this is not how our religion has been preserved. This is the story.
I don't know how the religion is preserved. I mean, the Muslims, they keep repeating the same stupid thing. Our religion preserved. If Aisha, she took an army to kill Ali and his family, how our religion preserved. If the Muslim, they took the hair of the beard of Uthman before they chop his head, how our religion is preserved. If there is no Quran can be found anywhere in the world, how our religion preserved. If all what you have is Sahih al-Bukhari, who came 200, 300 years after Muhammad, and he is not even an Arab, and he was blind, and we cannot find his books, how our religion is preserved. Any Muslim agree that her religion is preserved? I mean, Muhammad could not preserve his penis inside his zipper. And as you see, all the Muslims, they have the same issue. They have no zipper. Muslim men and Muslim women. Because if you have a zipper yourself, you will not end in such a place. Okay, guys, I am convinced that Lubna, she is a Muslim still. But I say to you, she is not a Muslim. It doesn't matter what she say. Do you know what the Lord, he said? From their fruits you shall know them. It's not up to her to claim to be a Muslim. It's not. If she have one friend is not a Muslim, she is not a Muslim. As simple as that. If she have a friend and she mean it, she is an ex-Muslim. This is chapter 5 verse 51. If she don't cover herself, she is a Muslim. If she don't agree that women is subdued and she is nobody, she is a Muslim. If she don't agree that a man can have 4 wives, that means she don't agree with Islam. So stop saying she's a Muslim. Who cares what she say? From their fruits you shall know them. If she don't agree with the child marriage, she is the Muslim. I mean, they call it marriage, you know. Who cares what she say? He keeps saying to me, You know, she is a Muslim. It's like saying to me, a Mormon, he says a Muslim, he was a Christian. What's wrong with people? Like, if somebody is a Jehovah's Witnesses, and he say he's a Christian, do you agree with him? Do you? You would say, no, you aren't a Christian. You are Jehovah's Witnesses. If somebody is a drug dealer, and he say he's a Christian, do you agree with him? If somebody is a prostitute, and she claims that she is a Christian, do you agree with her? The Lord, he gave us the most important, maybe one of the most important verses in the Bible. From their fruit you shall know them. And this goes for everybody. So somebody claimed to be decent, but he act no decency. Is he decent? No. Somebody claimed to be ethical, but he is not practicing ethic. Is he ethical? No. So somebody claimed to be Muslim, but he don't follow Islam. Is he a Muslim? No. But they will keep saying to you, no, she is a Muslim. Okay, she is a Muslim. All right. What I can say. Sometimes I feel like speaking to the Arab is easier. I mean, at least Arab are deaf. They heard nothing of what you say. They don't argue with you. But those people here, they argue a lot. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat. You know, when they will come to you and ask you, is Jesus as a vegetarian? Like, what the heck? Look how serious the question is. Yeah. Mental illness. Do we have any Muhammadan? Let's go back to Aisha. You know, Mohammed Hijab. I'm going to make a series about your, you know, because I'm sure she will come with a new video. If you Muslim, you suppress what she said, trying to ignore it, I'm sure the women, she will come again. And I think she will go more aggressive, and she will show us some stupid stuff, by the way. I mean, she got a lot of text. She got a lot of pictures, maybe. Man, that will be a lot of scandals there. Let us go back to Aisha. This guy, he found that his wife, she isn't a virgin. The sheikh, he told him, you idiot. Don't you know that virgin in Islam does not mean she did not have sex before? But let's go back to Aisha. By the way, Aisha picture is so friendly. I mean, she's chosen a very perfect. Listen, her voice is coming out.
Story of my marriage to Mohammed Hijab.
Marriage.
And how his actions that he claimed are permissible by Allah have completely destroyed my life. I'm coming from a religious family.
Very.
My father is part of the Dawah himself, organized Dawah work. I was part of an organized Dawah group in my own country growing up since I was a teenager. This is the life that I wanted to have. And I just wanted to make sure that when I die, I'm going to die on the faith of Islam, and I'm going to try my best to spread it everywhere as much as I can. So that's how we met. It was for a da'wah work that was liaised between us through an Islamic institute. Asked me a few questions about myself, if I was married, told them I was going through.
You know, why a man, he is married, he is asking a woman if she is married? I mean, what is the topic is about? How many women, Mimi Hijab, he asked this question? You know, like, I don't know if you go, any of you go hunting? Like, if you want to kill the wolf, what do you do? Anyone knows? How to bring the wolf to you? Like in the old days, they have like a kind of tool created to make it sound like a wolf, a female wolf, or a female calling for food. Like they found food. In the new days, they play like a speaker attached to, you know, like a MP3 file, and they play the voice of wolves eating food. So the wolves, they come from everywhere. So what is attracting this wolf to this female wolf, asking her, are you married? If they are talking for the sake of Allah, what this question have to do with spreading Islam? How many women, Mimi Hijab, he asked each time he talked to them, are you married? And what is the purpose of this question? Obviously, this question will lead to something else. He want to know how he can hunt. He is hunting for what? In fact, most of men who want to hunt, they prefer married women. Anyone knows why? Especially in the Middle Eastern culture. Anyone knows why? Because if you sleep with her, she cannot make a drama, you make me lose my virginity. And she got pregnant, she is already married. He don't have any issue with the baby. Because according to Islam, if you sleep with the woman and she is married, the son is considered the son of the man who is she married to, not to the man who slept with her. This is the Sharia law. As you know, I have degrees in the Islamic law. Muhammad, he said in his yellow pages, الولد للفراش just to show you how stupid this religion is. So imagine you find that your wife, she slept with the whole town. Or maybe you found that doctors, they told you it's impossible for you ever to have kids. And then your wife, she is making a baby every 9 months. Which means obviously you have a clear evidence that she is cheating. According to Muhammad, there is no proof of fornication unless you bring 4 witnesses, and the 4 witnesses have to see the penis going in and out. In the top of that, the baby belonged to the one who owned the bed. As you see, it's highlighted for you. الولد للفراش والعاهر للحجر. So the child belong, like here to translate wrongly actually, the child belong to the household where he's born. No, this is not what it says. Who owned the bed, he owned the child. So this wife, she belonged to this bed, which means she is married to this man. Any child she produce in any sexual contact, even with all the men in the country, they are the children of this guy, who is the husband. So imagine your neighbor sleep with your wife, do boom boom with her, and then he will make a baby from her, and then he will take your money by his own son, because this is his son. So if a Muslim want a revenge from somebody, actually, he go, if he can convince his wife to cheat on with the husband, he sleep with her, make her pregnant, and then the son is going to be his son, and he will take the money and the inheritance of the husband, of the wife. So you get the wife, you get the house, you get the property, you get the bank account, you get everything by sleeping with the wife. And the husband, he can do nothing about it, even if he knew. So imagine you knew that the son is the son of your enemy, who did boom boom to your wife, but the son will take your money, will take your name, will take your house. He will inherit everything you have. Isn't it fun? As you see here, we give evidence. We don't make things up. All right? Who is considered the adulterer in this verse? Yeah, the wife. So if the wife, she is the one who is, you know, if the husband is the cheater, still his son is his son's, you know. I mean, you see, let us switch the case. Let us say your husband, you're a female, your husband cheat and he slept with someone else. The children he made from that woman are not his kids, even though they are his kids. Are you getting the point? Because he don't own the bed. In Arabic here it says who owned the bed. The translation is false. If we copy it here and place it here again, maybe we can find a better translation. See? Here they use the word bed. Not it's born, no. The bed, who owned the bed. There's no born. So wherever the bed, who owned the bed? Who is the husband? Which means the husband. According to Islam, if you have a daughter out of marriage, you can have sex with her. It's forbidden for Muslims to have sex with their daughters. But as I told you, a child out of fornication is not considered your child, so you can have sex with that child. This is why we showed you before in the Quran where it says وَجَعَلْنَاهُ نَسَبًا وَصِهْرًا, and then you read the interpretation. Even though this verse doesn't show much about what we are going to say, but you can read the interpretation and you see what the Muslim consider about this, what Muhammad he meant by this. So Allah only consider relationship only from Islamic marriage, which means the son will not carry the name of his father unless this son or this daughter are born out of real marriage. If it's only from sexual relationship, this daughter is not his daughter according to Islam, so he can have sex with her. This is Islam. Let us go back to Aisha.
Through a divorce, so he told me that he worked for an Islamic council at the time. He gave me his contact details and told me to contact him if I needed help and to go forward to that council to try and reconcile the marriage. He was very respectful. He was trying to help me. He knew all the details about that case and he was helping me throughout the whole process. Fast forward, he started giving me hints that he's interested in getting married to me. He spoke to me about himself, his family, his childhood, his preferences.
See, he's going for a hunt. But you know, I mean, we listened to these stupid things yesterday. A woman, she knew that this guy is married, he have a family, and he is telling her about what he like, what he don't like, and maybe mostly including what he like in bed. So if he is a bad person, are you a good person? You see what Islam make out of people? What the difference is, if a man he go to a married woman and he sleep with her, or a woman, she's trying to get a married man to sleep with him. It's the same. So how that make him bad and make you good? How you accepted to get into such a conversation, and you know the man is married, and you know he have a children, and later he asked you to go to hotel. He never spoke to your family. He never spoke. He didn't never get married to you. I mean, they keep saying she married me. What married her where? So I'm not defending Mimi Hijab. He's a scumbag. But the funny is about Islamic culture, and this is generally speaking about the Middle East. So in the Middle East, a woman, she tried to trap a man. It is true. So she do everything to make him do something with her. And the second he made something with her, whatever that thing is, she will make a drama, trying to force him to marry her. It's a way they do in the Middle East. So a Muslim woman, she would ask a man, she cannot see you in public because my family, if they knew, you know, my family are religious, can we meet in a private place? Sure, the guy would be excited, for sure, well, absolutely. Okay, let's go to a hotel. And then when they go to the hotel, oh, she is a decent Muslim woman, she sit in the bed because she don't like the couch. Now, oh, she's making the things easy for me. He said, next to her, if not in the top of her. And now he kissed her, he played, we do not know what happened. And then after he finished, oh, what you did to me. I hate you. I hate you. Look what you did to me. I lost my virginity. Huh? So she go with him to the hotel. She sit on the bed. She go with him in a private room. She take off her panty. She open her legs. And after all of this, she play a victim. Again, I'm not defending Mimi Hijab, but this is what they do in the Middle East. This is how they trap men to marry them. Oh, what of my family and you now? They will kill me and they will kill you. So she's making a threat now. She will go and tell her brothers about what you did. So they prey, not only Muslim men, they prey on women. Women, they prey on men too. So if you are a stupid naive, you agree to go with her to the hotel. She will let you take off her panty. In the beginning, she will resist a little bit. No, please, just kisses, please, kisses. Okay. Okay, I will just do it, please. But, you know, promise me you will not leave me, you know, etc. Okay? And then, boom, boom, boom. And then after the boom, boom, right away, the drama will start. And now you have to marry her. Otherwise, she will tell her mom will tell her dad will tell her kids will tell their cousins, and they come to you. You see the strategic... You see, we are the Middle Eastern. We are from there. So now she is like, oh, he lied to me. You know, I'm victim. Yeah, you are decent, I can tell. He start telling you her preference. Like what? He like his meal well done? Did he say to you after the bedtime, well done? Did you say to him after the meal, you are finished, boy?
He told me I am not like your ex-husband.
Sure. He's not. He's not like your ex-husband. Maybe he meant size matter? I don't know.
Whatever you see on social media, don't worry, because I'm very good as a husband. My life was extremely hard, and he knew that, and I am his neighbor. I couldn't understand why he was giving me all those hints every time, but
Oh, you know, she is so naive, man. She don't understand why he is telling her all those hints are hints. Are you married? No. How you like? What music you like? Taliban. Or what else? I cannot think of a song right now out of my head, but if you give me some time, I can find a song for you. Okay. But by the way, why you are interested in the music? My music, what I like, you know? I'd like to know, maybe we share the same thing. Like, you know? So, do you have any song like you like? Yeah, actually, I found a song I like. I just remember. This song, it's called. Let me remember. All right.
אתה נראה כמו סוס יאור, יש לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור, כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור, עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור, אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים, או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטן, יש חקינים על הזקן, ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים, או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך.
I like this song. It mentioned the name of Allah, Hizballah, Nasrallah. All this garbage end with La. Yallah, Nasrallah, Allah. And Mohammed Hijab, he was defending Palestine. Can you meet me in the hotel after we finish with Palestine thing? Yeah, get ready. Okay, take a shower. Is it shaved? No, I'm not talking about your private part. I'm talking about your mustache, because you Muslim women are always hairy. I mean, even Harry Potter, his name came after you, you know. I mean, unbelievable. Do you know that Muhammad, he forbid Muslim women from shaving their beard? Allah will curse the women if she shave her beard. I'm serious. A Muslim man, he can shave his mustache. A Muslim woman, she cannot. If you see a Muslim woman, she claimed to be a Muslim, and her eyebrows is done, she is cursed by Allah, just for taking hair from her eyebrows or from her mustache. And if you are a woman from Middle East, you know very well, I'm a Middle Eastern, we are very hairy. I mean, mosquitoes cannot bite my legs. They can bite my arm, my hand, you know, but they cannot bite my legs. I mean, there's the hair. I have fur, not hair. We have literally fur. Furry booter, you know. I hang the pen in my chest. Like you throw it in your chest, it hang up there automatically because you have too much fur. What the name of this funny actor? He have a lot of hair in his. It's funny comedy. A rich guy. What's his name? Like they put a lot of hair for him in his chest. We are exactly like that. The funny is Mimi Hijab, who is an Egyptian. He is not really hairy like us. He shaved the hair he have, the little hair he have in his body when he took off his shirt. If you remember, in the front of the Chinese embassy, he shaved his hair. In the Middle East, if a man he do that, he is a gay. Maybe in the West this is something people they do, but in the Middle East, if you shave your hair, your body hair, you are a homo. In fact, I have reference that Muhammad he did that too. All right. Yeah, what we can do. Actually, I will tell you a secret. I have 10 degrees. I am the biggest surgeon in the world. But I am humble. I don't like to talk about it. Do you know why I did not get the job? Because of my hair. They told me if you go in the surgery room, I mean, by the end of the surgery, we will find 2 kilograms of your hair dropping inside the surgery. Otherwise, I can fix a heart in 2 seconds. You know? Like go to the comment and see how many women they say you broke my heart. Okay, I broke my heart. Who fix it? Me. I break it, I fix it. You know? But because of the hair, I was not able to work in any hospital. Otherwise, I'm very famous as a doctor. You know? I got certificate from the barber shop. She said that she's an ex-Muslim. You are talking about who? About Lubna? Forget about her now. You know, it's too late. You are watching 2 hours ago. All right. We took commercial break with IDF because they want to sell pagers in case you want to buy one. All right. And you know, this is one of the funny things about the Muslims. The Jews are a very small nation. Very, very small, tiny. Yet when it's come to war, do you remember Mimi Hijab? He made a video about a Jewish soldier is scared and he's hiding with a blanket. Anyone saw it? I mean, look how coward they are. This guy is a Muslim from Egypt. His country is 100 million Muslim. Who is the one is hiding behind the blanket, you idiot? 100 million citizen. They are 1 meter far away from Gaza. 1 meter, not 1 kilometer. And they don't dare to attack Israel. So who is the one is hiding under the blanket, under the coat, under the ground like a rat? Nasrallah, he have 100,000 fighter. He was 14th floor under the ground. And the IDF, may Allah bless them, they got his ass all the way deep down. Anyone saw the explosion when they attacked Nasrallah? Let me show you. You know, when I saw the videos, actually, it's really scary. I mean, the fire was coming from under the ground everywhere. Let us see. I'll try to find a video we can play. Man, the earth was shaking. Kaboom. Okay, let us see if we can see this one. You know, like the video I will show you, the attack was really far away from where those people are. Yet the fire came from under the ground. The fire made a crack on the ground to a far distance, few kilometers away. And then the fire started coming from under the ground, everywhere. Look what happens. It start now, look.
Who do you think?
I'm trying to zoom in, but you cannot do that. This guy is speaking in the phone. He is far. The earth starts shaking. I don't know if you notice. People, they start running away. They are far away from where Nasrallah was killed. Look, the fire start coming from under the ground. Look at this. Look at this. Do you see from inside the building? The whole earth is shaking. Cars are shaking. Fire is coming from under the ground. And this is not, and look at the dust. And this is far away from where Nasrallah was killed. Let me show you another video. Maybe this one is more clear a little bit. Let me mute the sound. Look what happened now. The fire came from under the ground, not from the top. From under the ground, from the middle of the street. Look, and the fires keep coming. So the bombs they used is massive. Like earthquake is nothing to compare to it. It's like a small earthquake, but very concentrated in a very small area. So look at the dust, and this is far from where Nasrallah was killed. You know? Yeah. Oh, this is more clear. Hold on. This is better. Let us see this one. Look. This is way more clear. So he's going now to his motorcycle. And then look at this motorcycle he just passed by. He's lucky. Boof. Do you see the ground is shaking? The cars jump up, and look, the dirt is coming from under the ground like a fountain. And the fire is coming. Look. Look, the fire is everywhere. And this is not where Nasrallah is. This is about like 1 to 2 kilometers away from the place where they hit. So if this has happened far from where Nasrallah was, what happened in the location where Nasrallah was? And the funny, this guy, his motorcycle, nothing happened to it. Look, there is a big hole in the ground in the street. Do you see it? The car here is smashed. His motorcycle is fine. It's funny, isn't it? His motorcycle even did not fall down. Look at this car. In 2 seconds, this car will be smashed. Look. His motorcycle is still there. Oh boy. And look at the fire in the side here. That is a very good luck, huh? Yeah, see, look what happened to this car here. You know, it totally smashed. A big piece of concrete fell on it in the middle of the roof. All the glass is gone. Fire is next to it. There's a big hole in the middle of the road. And his motorcycle is there. And he even turned it on and he drive it. Look. Ah, Lord have mercy. Okay. Muslim surprise the truth seeker with evidence. Yeah, really? Is that evidence? Really evidence? I want to hear this. Hold on.
About yourself.
I do not profess to be a Muslim. I've been trying to learn about Islam, and I have Islam to thank for helping me see some of what was not right with Christianity. So I was raised a Christian, and then I've left Christianity, and for the last couple of years, I've been looking for the truth. And so I have this kind of specific question I was hoping that you could give me understanding about Islam. I was been speaking with some people online, and they specifically told me to come to you and ask you these questions. So
Of course.
I'm hoping for good things.
Of course, of course.
Yes. So
I'm my best.
my question basically pertains to the Shahada. So it seems that there are essentially kind of two statements that have to be professed, and one of them is that there is one God and that He alone is worthy of worship. And I profess that. And so when I speak to Christians online, they accuse me of being a Muslim, and the second part of the Shahada, where it says that Muhammad is his messenger or is his prophet, is the part that, you know, I don't understand. And essentially my question is, if this prophet lived thousands of years ago, and all that we have to know him by is say writings or stories about him, how can I know that he is the prophet without just believing it, with just taking it on faith? I want to know how you know. Can you explain that, or can you make the case for, can I know this without faith? Can I know that he is the prophet, and if so, how?
Of course. Yeah, the first thing I want to say, which is it's an interesting fact that many people do not know, but when you say the shahada, the shahadatain, etc., when you say testimony of faith, there is also a variation of the shahada where you testify that Jesus is a servant and a messenger of God.
Really?
A lot of people don't know that. But
really?
Why is that the case? A lot of the scholars say that this is done with people who are like Christians, for example, who used to believe Jesus was God. So you testify also that now you believe that Jesus is a messenger and servant of God. He isn't God. He's an equal with God anymore. He's a messenger and servant of God. And that is you testifying to your beliefs. We as Muslims have 6 articles of faith. One of them is to believe in all of the messengers. So just as we believe that Prophet Muhammad is his messenger and servant, we need to believe in every messenger of God. If I was at the time of Moses, I would testify the same thing, because he is...
You know, one of the stupid things the Muslims, they claim that they believe in all the messengers, but they cannot name for us the messengers they believe in. Because Muhammad, he mentioned that there's 124,000 messengers. So if we ask this potato, you say you believe in all the messengers. Do you believe in all the messengers? Okay, name them for me. He cannot name us any, you know. The Quran mentioned 25 out of 124,000. And many of them, nobody knows who they are. Like if we ask him who is Salih, they don't know. There's many names in the Quran, nobody knows who are those people. So when they speak about we Muslims, we have to believe in the messengers, but what do you know about them, and do you have their books? How you can believe in them without having evidence of them? If you are saying the Christians, they worship Jesus as God, and you claim they have no evidence, but the Christian, they have their book, and there's many evidence even from the Quran proving that Jesus is God, because the Quran is a book of contradiction. If Jesus can be creator in the Quran, and Allah is a creator in the Quran, so who is God? They've said to you God is the creator, but the Quran says that Jesus is the creator. So he's going around to say to you, we Muslims, in order to be Muslim, we have to believe in all the prophet, but he cannot name for us the prophet he believe in. In fact, when he say we believe in the Messiah, they don't, because we cannot find the name of Jesus in the Quran. They have a guy, his name is Isa. He is the son of Maryam, and her father, his name is Umran, which is the father of Moses. And the Quran say that Mary is the sister of Aaron. So if Muhammad could not even quote the name correctly of any person, history is wrong, science is wrong, logic is wrong, order is wrong, and stupidity all over the Quran. And then he says to you, we to be Muslim, we have to believe in all the prophets. What do you know about Isa? Tell us. There's a few lines in the Quran about this guy Isa. Where he's born? Nobody knows. Okay, where Muhammad was born? Nobody knows. In the Quran, nowhere it says. It mentioned Mecca, but he never mentioned that it's sent. He was sent to Mecca, but doesn't say he was born in Mecca. And where is Mecca? In one verse on the Quran it says Mecca, one verse says Mecca. Is it Mecca or Mecca? So always they lie, trying to give you like a solution for the stupidity. We cannot be a Muslim unless we believe in all the prophets. But he cannot name for us any of the prophets and what they taught. Like, where is the book of Solomon? They claim Solomon is a prophet. Okay, what Solomon taught? The book of David. Okay, where is the book of David in Islam? Where we can find it? You go read in the Quran about David, about Solomon, you see fairy tale stories. So the man is speaking to the ant, flying carpet, genie, they want to steal the chair of the king of Yemen. But where is the teaching of Suleiman? In the Quran, Suleiman is a thief. He steals furniture. He have a hobby to steal furniture and women. So they say to you, we believe in all the prophets. But the second you start reading about what they believe in, you die laughing. Continue, Abdul, so we can laugh more.
Is the person who's coming to tell me about God. So when you say, for example, I believe in that Allah is the only one, or God is the only one worthy of worship, and you agree that the definition of that God is the one that you have in the Quran, is that the case? One God worthy of worship, does not have any partners, unlike his creation.
Here, other stupidity, the Muslim, they keep repeating. If you believe in one God, or two God, or seven God, who care? The question is your God is it true or not? If a Hindu believe in 3 billion God, and they are real, then he is right. Who care about one God with one? You don't even know what Allah means. I challenge any Muslim. You know what? Let me open my Discord. I feel like making shish kebab. But please, guys, don't go to Discord. I want only Muslims to call me there. Don't leave, because we open Discord, people start going there. We lose numbers in YouTube and in Rumble, and then that will not work for us. I want to give only the chance for Muslim to call me. So you will die laughing at their stupidity. They keep saying to you, we will trust, only Allah is worth of worship. But the second you ask who's Allah, no Muslim can tell you who's Allah. And here's my challenge. Who want to join me right now and tell me who's Allah? Get in now. Not a single Muslim, he can tell you who is Allah. They will tell you he is the creator. Well, this is not a question. Who is Allah? I'm not asking you what you do. Who is Allah? What his name mean? I will name my Discord who is Allah. Let us see. Am I heard, guys, in Discord? Already there's people there. Am I heard? All right. If there is any Muslim can tell us who is Allah, I will be happy to hear you. Let us continue with this liar who cannot. Guys, remember, we went to his channel. He was live. And my video is there, still there. And I challenge him. The coward, he's asked the admins to ban us. Do you remember? Do you remember? We did the same with Zakir Naik. He ran away like a rabbit. We did the same just a few days ago with Ali Dawah. He ran like a rabbit. So there will come people who knows nothing about Islam, because that will be an easy, you know, like easy teasy. I mean, if they are difficult, we will hang up on them. But they will never dare to speak to someone like me, because in the second he speak, he will lose his career, if he have any.
That is what you believe, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. So the one who, if you say, I believe in the message that the messenger have given to me, in essence, you also believe in the messenger, because you believe in the message that he's brought to you, which is the definition of God, which is what you need to do, which what you need to do for worship. But you're asking me the question, how can you make this objective case for that claim that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was the messenger of God? There's many ways to do that. Many ways to do that. One very simple way, which I'm not going to go into too much, is to investigate his claim. He claimed to be a messenger of God. Now, can you provide any alternative other than the fact that he was truly a messenger of God? Why else would he have done and lived the life that he lived, or did what he did?
Guys, why he have lived the life he lived? When you hear this, you think Muhammad was a monk. Muhammad, he have hundreds of sex slaves, women dancing for him in his house. He take the best of the booty, the fifth of the booty. Any woman his eyes fall into her, her husband must divorce her so he can F her. And then he says to you, why he would do that if he's the prophet of God? The life he lived. When you hear this, you think Muhammad was a homeless. This guy sleep in the street. He eat like a piece of bread every day, and he didn't have nothing. The life he lived. I mean, this guy, according to Muslims, he have 13 wives. Imagine I have 13 wives. How I can support them? You know what I mean? Who of you, if you have 13 kids, forget about women. I mean, if you have women, the cost is way more, right? They are adult. And women, they need other things, clothing, dresses, jewelries, makeup. You know, it's not like a kid, you give him some food and he's fine. So they tried to present Muhammad that he was a poor guy, you know. And look, this guy is thinking, yeah. Yeah, you are right, the life he lived. How Muhammad he feed his slaves? So I have tons of slaves. How I can feed them? If I buy a dog, if I have a dog, how much it will cost me a day? A dog. Because you cannot bring an animal, you don't feed the animal, right? You have to feed the animal. So if I have one dog only, one dog, not 20, at least I will spend $5 a day. And they say to you, Aisha, she received 100 gift of gold, 100,000 piece of gold in one day for the what they call it, like when somebody get married, the memory of it, what they call it, I forgot the word in English. So just for that day, the wives of Muhammad, they used to fight with Aisha, fighting over the gifts. And they said to Muhammad, can you be fair? All the gifts go to the house of Aisha. Is that because Muhammad was poor? Why Muhammad, he lived the life he lived, if he isn't a prophet? Read, this is Sahih. All of this is authentic. All of this is authentic, 100% authentic. They are asking him to be fair. Fair about what? All the gifts come to Muhammad. They go to the house of Aisha only. All of this is authentic. And Muhammad, he refused. You see, the Muslim, they say to you, Muhammad, he was fair with his wives. Who can be fair more than the Prophet? I mean, they ask him to be just. He refused. Do you see it? They sent his daughter to him, which is not his daughter, by the way. This is the daughter of Khadija. The wives of the Prophet get together and send Fatima to the Prophet. They told her to say, your wives, and the narrator said something to effect that they urging you to be equitable with regard of the matter of the daughter of Abu Quhafa, which means Aisha. She said, so she entered upon the Prophet, and when he was with Aisha under her cover, by the way, not under her cover, he was wearing her skirt. She said to him, your wife have sent me, and they are urging you to be equitable, just with regard the matter of the daughter of Abu Quhafa. The Prophet said to her, do you love me? She said yes. He said, okay, then love her. So she went back and told them what he said. He refused. All of this is about what? It's about the gifts, the money he is receiving in his house. All is coming to the house of Muhammad in Aisha house. And they try to lie to us and say that Prophet, he was a poor man, the life he lived. Who used to wash dishes to Muhammad? Who used to cook for Muhammad? Slaves. Who is Bilal? Huh? And here is a great example that Muhammad is not a Muslim. The Quran says you can F for women, and if you cannot afford it to be just between them, only one. Here Muhammad, he cannot be just between them. Read it. You see it? He cannot be just. So Muhammad, he break his own teaching. But the Muslim, they will say to you, Muhammad is above Allah teaching. He is Allah, not the opposite. Equity in the case of the daughter of Abu Quhafa, he refused. Do we have any Muhammadan here who would like to join us? Who is a Muhammadan who would like to join us? Anyone? So when this Abdul, he speak about why he left his life, you know, they are a big fat liars. I mean, this guy who is wearing 10 hats on top of his head, shouldn't he ask himself, okay, if Muhammad is very poor, he lived his life in a horrible way, how a man with all those women, he can afford to make them, like, he was in welfare? Like Joe Biden, he gave him a job, salary for no job? He was in Social Security? The fifth of the booty. And imagine how much is that. So if the Muslim stole $10,000 at that time, the fifth to Muhammad, the fifth to Allah, and the rest for the Muslims, $2,000 to Muhammad alone. And then if there's 10,000 Muslim soldiers, they will get the rest, which is not even 80 cents for each. So imagine Muhammad get 2,000 and you get 80 cents.
If he wasn't a messenger. Prophet Muhammad was born with a group of people who were idol worshippers. He was from one of the most noble tribes, if not the most noble tribe.
The most noble tribe. You see, Islam is not racist. The tribe of Muhammad is the most noble tribe. He just said they are pagan. How they are pagan and they are the most noble? Isn't it the Quran describe the pagans? According to the Quran, they are filth. Do you see how they are stupid and liars? Can you be Muhammad? He says, if somebody is proud about his inheritance before Islam, which means the pagans, tell him to go and bite the penis of his father. أعضوه بهن أبيه. There's a chapter in the Quran about Muhammad's uncle and his wife. They are making fun of Muhammad, and he said to her, the most noble. If he is from the most noble, why Khadija's father refused to marry him to Khadija, even though she had 3 husbands before Muhammad, and she have a long line of kids, and she is twice his age, yet her father refused to marry him to Khadija. Do you see how noble he is? Let us see this Abdul. By the way, this Abdul is coming to the stage. He's the smartest between all the Muslims. I warn you.
Yes.
What do you want to say to us? Who is Allah?
So why every time when I talk to you, you scared and you end the call?
Because you are very boring. You have no idea. You keep saying to me, I do not know. Okay, let us give it a try. Who is Allah?
No, I wanna talk about that topic.
Which topic? Which topic?
You're talking about multiple's wife in Islam. What's wrong with that? Tell me.
Okay, did you see what happened to Mohammed Hijab?
I don't care about Mohammed Hijab.
I
I'm
care.
talking about the topic.
No, we are talking about multiple wife. Mohammed Hijab, he convinced a girl to go with him to the hotel. He have sex with her in the hotel. He convinced her that now she is his wife. And you are coming to talk about multiple wives. So the topic is perfectly fit. Correct, guys? You cannot get I don't care. So now, is it true that you can marry a woman in Zoom and then you Zoom with her in the hotel and you tell her, I am going to meet you once every, as I wish in the hotel only, and then after you have sex with her, you tell her, I married you with the intent of divorcing you. Is that legal in Islam?
Okay, so before I answer, this could be haram, but the topic is not Muhammad Hijab. I don't care about
Muhammad
Hijab.
Muhammad Hijab is not Muhammad Hijab is not your topic. I understand. Listen. It's not your topic.
Don't jump.
It's my.
I calling you.
The
topic is not Muhammad Hijab.
No, you are talking about multiple wives. So this is one of them. So you said to me this could be haram. Explain to us why it is haram.
If the law of Islam is very, like, they explain to you how you married wife. They have conditions to married wife.
What the conditions?
What do you mean? What's the condition?
Okay, you said to me there's condition. Tell me what the condition.
You have to pay maher
for
her.
Okay, let me one by one. Muhammad Hijab, he gave her a sandwich and a hamburger sandwich in McDonald's. I'm serious. I can play the video for you. He took her to McDonald's. He gave her one McDonald's sandwich, and he said to her, "This is your dowry." This is the first condition. Is that correct?
So you are not serious. You play game.
I can play it for you, the video. I am not joking. Do you want me to play the video for you? She said he took her to McDonald's. I am not joking. I am very serious. Let me show you in the video. You think I'm making things up? He took her to McDonald's. He gave her one sandwich in McDonald's. And then right away they went to the hotel and they did boom boom. So now I'm asking you, is it legal in Islam to give a woman one McDonald's sandwich and that will make her lawful for you to be in your bed? Yes or no?
If I answer, can we talk the topic?
Sure, but we have to finish it. We have to finish it.
Yeah, I will finish in one word. And then we go to topic. It's haram.
Why is haram? Explain to me. No, you have to explain to me why haram. Is it because it's McDonald's? What if it's a KFC? Why it's haram? Explain to us.
I don't have to explain anything.
No, you have to. No, you have to.
I'm honest with you.
It's not.
I'm honest with you. I'm not running away from your question.
Okay, so you are saying to me. So you are saying to me, Mohammed Hijab is acting like a whore, lying to a woman, deceiving her, giving her a sandwich of McDonald's, and he is committing haram. He is doing zina, correct?
So you give me other side. I'm not with Mohammed Hijab. You are not with Mohammed Hijab.
No,
I don't know if the girl right or wrong.
No, she said that.
I'm not the judge.
This is
I'm
his.
not the judge. If
This
he's
is
right
his.
or wrong.
This is his McDonald wife. He gave her. Guys, anyone knows which part in the video she speak about McDonald? She make me angry when she spoke about it.
Okay.
So now he wanted Mohammed Hijab. He wanted a sex marriage. He only go with her to the hotel. He do boom boom. He don't see her enter his horny again. And he meet with her in the hotel. She go from one door. He enter from other door. So he not allowing her to walk with him. Nobody should see them. It is secretly done. And now you said to me it's haram. So you are saying and you are witnessing as a Muslim that Mohammed Hijab is a whore.
Okay, so again, I'm not with them. You are not with them. I don't know. We don't know the stories, the whole story. So you listen to the girl about what she said about Mohammed Hijab, but we do not listen to Mohammed Hijab what he said.
Okay.
So I cannot judge.
All right. According to
right and who's wrong.
According to Islam, how you prove who is right and who's wrong?
You have to listen from both sides, and you have to study each case. So your conclusion who's right and who's wrong.
Is that
again?
Okay,
your problem.
In front of everybody. In front of everybody, I want you to show me the reference that you have to listen to both sides. Where do you get this from?
So again, so if, for example, if you fight with your wife and you go to police and police says we have to listen to other side, can police judge you only?
No, the police, they will ask you to bring witnesses, correct?
Yes, but they must be listened to both sides.
Or
same thing like when you drive the car and you make accident.
Okay, if your wife is cheating on you, do the judge listen to the wife and the husband, or you have to bring 4 witnesses?
Yes, you're right. You use both sides. You have to get there must be listen.
No,
and you have to get witnesses.
No. And you have to see the penis of the man going in and out. Is that correct? So 4 witnesses, they have to see the penis of the man going in, out and in, which means if you bring 4 witnesses and they see your wife in the top of the guy or he's in the top of her, and they did not see his penis going in and out, you have no proof of fornication. Is that correct?
This is the lazy way you're talking to me.
What? What?
This is lazy way when you come talking to me.
I'm asking you. I ask you a serious question. Why you are laughing? Don't try to dodge. You see, this is what Mimi Hijab he do. They ask him embarrassing a question. He says, "So I'm God now." So you know, don't do that. Don't do like Mimi Hijab. I ask you a serious question. Is it true if you find your wife in the top of her there's a man, you cannot accuse her of fornication? You have to bring 4 witnesses. And the 4 men, they have to see. They have to be 4 men. They cannot be women. They cannot be women. They have to be 4 men. And they have to see the penis going in and out. Is that true?
So when you see women and men together, and they hand each other, what you understand?
You tell me what they are doing. Maybe he's recharging her.
Listen, man.
You tell
me.
You
are not honest person.
No, you tell me. You tell me. When you see a man, when you see a man holding a woman from behind, what do you understand?
The reason I call you, You mentioned the multiple wives in Islam. I don't care about Mohammed Hijab. I answer directly about Mohammed Hijab.
I'm not talking now
Now let's
about.
go
I'm
to
not talking now
talking about
about.
that.
I'm not talking about Muhammad Hijab no more, Mr. Stuck Hijab. I'm asking you now. You found a man holding your wife from behind. She is naked. He's naked. He's shaking her. Now, how you can prove, according to Islam, that he is having sex with her?
So again, if I answer, you go to topic or you'll be run
I promise
jump.
you, you have to finish the topic. We go to the topic right away. No
Yeah.
problem.
So you have, of course, you
Okay.
have to bring witnesses.
How you can prove it? I said.
Because
You said to me, hold on.
because this is
Okay. So are you saying to us, if you see a man in the bedroom with your wife, you ask the guy to continue effing your wife until you go and find witnesses?
first of all, I'm not married.
Okay,
Second,
my friend,
it
come on.
depends. It
Listen,
depends.
I'm
It
asking you a
depends.
question. Are you going to do that according to Islam? Are you going to go and
It
find four
depends for the
witnesses?
case.
Huh?
What about if you are in desert, for example? From where you want to get for witnesses? That's why I'm telling
You
you.
cannot prove
That's
it.
why I'm telling you. It depends for the case.
No. According to Islam, this is the case. You have to bring four witnesses. Otherwise, even if, and not only for witnesses, they have to see the penis going in and out. How many times I have to repeat the same? So now,
Every time
I'm asking you. Listen,
every time I
I'm
talking to you,
asking you. So you enter, let us say you are married. You enter the house. You find your wife with a man. She is naked. He is naked. They are shaking each other. How you can prove that she is fornicating?
Now you turn around.
What
turn
turn?
around?
No, she turned around.
I'm talking
No,
about.
she
Let's talk
she
about the
turned
military.
around. She was in her back, and now she turned his back to her, to him. So now, how you can prove?
I mean, you like
how
for you, you love these stories. You like
is it
you love
true?
like sexual.
Is it true that
You're only talking about these things, man. Let's talk
true?
about the
Listen,
subject,
I want you
the
to say,
religion, Christianity and Islam.
I want you to tell me, is it true? You tell the guy to keep effing your wife, so until you can find witnesses, yes or no? Is that true?
So if I say yes or no, what's the issue for you? What's your point? Tell me.
You will see. Say yes or no.
So if I say yes,
say yes or no.
Like,
This is your choice.
What's the thing for you if I say yes or no?
People will understand. Not for me. I understand Islam very well. I'm trying to explain Islam to them.
Okay, so if you understand and you know the answer, and every time I talk to you, you keep asking me the same question.
No, I did not ask you the same question before. You play my video.
Like the people right now laughing you.
No, okay. So now
because you preach in the name of Jesus.
All right.
And you
listen.
Your language, how you talking?
Mr. Abdul, you enter your bedroom. You find your wife in the top of a man in the bed, or he's on top of her. Is it true? You ask the man to continue effing your wife until you go and find four witnesses, and then the four witnesses
yes.
go inside.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay, I want to give you this one. Yes. Okay, so what?
So what? But this means you're a pimp.
Yes.
That means you're a pimp. That means in Islam, it's impossible to prove that women is cheating. So now you cannot accuse your wife.
It's not. You know why they put this condition? Because this one is a big sin. So when you make like I don't know how to say this, like when you see someone stealing your money, for example, and you are, for example, you are a liar, in judgment day God will judge you. So this is big sin. Of course you have to bring witnesses. As soon as when you make a crime, whatever the crime, without a proof, without witnesses, you will be, this is big trouble.
Okay.
That's why you have to bring witnesses.
All right, I agree with you. But now we have a problem. Okay, but now we have a problem. According to your prophet, you ask the guy to keep effing your wife until you go and find witnesses. And not only that, the witnesses is not enough for them to see them together in the top of each other. They have to see the penis going in and out. So if your wife sitting in the top of him, wearing a skirt, going up and down, like boing, 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 how you can prove fornication? Even if there's a billion human being watching, they cannot see his penis. If they see his
Okay.
penis without seeing it going in her vagina, there's no proof of fornication. So now you are saying to me, Islam required witnesses. That's wonderful. We should not accuse somebody without proof. But this is not the case. He make it impossible. 3 men accuse Aisha that she is sleeping with the guy. His name is Safwan. Muhammad, he make it 4. If they were 4, he will make them 5 witnesses. If they were 5, he will make them 6 to require it.
What about if they have a 1? They are not.
Yes, not accepted. No, not accepted.
No, is accepted.
No.
No, is accepted.
Okay, you want to bet?
I don't want to bet. I want to talk about the topic.
This-
You run away, man.
This
You
is,
run
this, is,
away.
this is the topic.
When
Here we
talk
go.
about religion.
This is
Why
the
you run
topic.
away?
Hold on. This is the topic.
Like, look.
This is the caliphate. Listen, this is the caliphate. 4 men in the time of Omar. You know Arabic, right? In the time of Omar, he asked the first one, did you see this man effing this woman and his penis going in and out the same as a pen going inside the inkwell? He said yes. He asked the second one, did you see this man effing the women the same as the pen going inside the inkwell? He said yes. He asked the third one, did you see this man effing this woman as the the pen going inside the inkwell? He said yes. He asked the fourth one, did you see this man, his penis going inside her the same as the pen go inside the inkwell? He said no. I saw her feet around his neck and they were shaking like the ears of a donkey. The caliphate, he said, hold on. The caliphate said, beat them. There's no witnesses.
Yeah, do you know the good thing is that when I look to your law, guys, an Islamic law, more justice and more fair than
how this is more justice. Hold on. You got 4 witnesses. 3 of them, they see the penis going inside your wife and in and out. The number 4,
I think
the number 4, he saw her feet around his neck. And he said that her feet, they were shaking like the ears of a donkey when he's running. How there's no proof yet? And not only that, he punished the guys. He punished the 4 witnesses.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
So do you agree with this?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Do you agree that if your wife, her feet around the neck of somebody and they are shaking like the ear of a donkey when he is running, and 3 other men, they saw his penis going the same as a stick going in the inkwell? Are you agreeing? Are you agreeing with your prophet teaching?
Can I ask a question?
So now, in order to prove what happened to Mohammed Hijab, according to you, we have to bring 4 witnesses, and they have to see his penis going in and out, and her feet, if they are only one of them, he saw her feet around his neck, and they were shaking like the ears of a donkey when he's running. There's no proof of fornication. What we can do now?
You're talking about Mohammed Hijab yesterday, and you're talking about him today.
I like it.
This is the only thing you can do.
No.
Why you cannot discuss? When we try to talk about religion?
I'm talking about religion. Okay, forget about Mohammed Hijab. I said you found
okay, so
you found
you
your
talk
wife.
about that subject yesterday.
You found.
Let's. I'm not trying to put you on the corner, okay?
Oh, please do put me on the corner.
I know from where. I know that you are. Maybe you are worried about. I'm not trying to put you on the corner, okay? I'm trying to say you mentioned the multiple wife. I want to say what's wrong with that?
Multiple wives?
Because yes, what's wrong with that? Like if they have a Muslim, they have 4 wives. What's wrong with that?
Well, there's many wrong about that. Number 1 is what you see in Islamic society. I will tell you an example. When David or Solomon, they multiply their wives, and this is against God teaching, as we see in 1 King 11, chapter 11. God condemned them and he punished them. And why God he did that to them? Because simply when you have when you are seeking more women, you are not seeking marriage, you are seeking lust. You are not seeking a family, you are seeking lust of your penis. This is not a behavior of a good person. And when you seek, when you seek, hold on, when you seek such a thing, that will destroy the family too. Because now if I have many wives and I have many kids from them, the kids would hate each other because there's no family. Each mother, she will teach her kids that the other mother, the other wife, she's her enemy. So the children, they will grow in a house where they hate each other. And this is what you see in Muslim houses. So the society, the society is very broken. I remember I was a kid, not even maybe 8 years old. I went to a kid in my age in school. He come to my house, I go to his house. When we were in his house, he said the F word to the mother of his brother. For me as a Christian, I couldn't understand. I said, why you are saying that to him? Isn't his mother is your mother? He said, no, my father married many women. So look at this. You will not find a Christian person, Christian child, saying to his brother, F your mother, because she is his mother. So broken family is the essence of Islam. And if the family is the first block of society. So if the family is broken, the society is broken. That's why all Muslim society is trash.
Okay. So do you believe, what do you say about, I mean, the prophets like Solomon or David, it was wrong when they have multiple wives? David, they have more than 1,000 wives.
Hold on. Guys, isn't it God in the Bible said, you shall not multiply your wives? Does it say that? You shall not multiply your wives. So this is when David he took a woman from her husband, he sent him to war. He liked this woman. He sent the man to war. Is that because he was a good guy or he was being a bad person? And then God punished him. And the child he had from that woman died, and then he destroyed his kingdom. When he tried to build a temple, God refused his temple. He says, your hand is full of sin.
So when Islam come, he make a law. At least you have to be up to 4 wives, and you have to be fair with all wives. If you you're supposed to be, you have money to spend money, if you can.
All right.
But let me ask you a question right now.
No, before you ask me the question.
If I ask a question, who have right now?
Just a second. Just a second.
Let me just finish. I listen to you.
No,
I listen to you patiently when you talk.
You see, when you talk to me, you are talking the same as talking to the court. I take every word seriously. You said to me, the Quran mentioned that you have to be just. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Okay, yeah, I'm sure.
And can you be just?
So I'm not finished.
I'm asking
just
you.
Give me 1 minute.
Can you be just?
Give me 1 minute to finish. Then you can speak.
Can you be just? You just mentioned this. We don't want to skip it. So can you be?
Okay, let me finish.
Can you be just between women? Can you be just between women?
Exactly. I'm not trying to run away from your question, but let me finish and I answer directly to you.
All right. So can you be just to women?
That's why Islam make a very hard law that if you are justice with all women, because sometimes your heart, they love a second wife, then let's say to the first wife or the third wife. So for example, if you give your first wife, let's say $100, you have to give to other wife $100.
So this is about money?
For the third wife or the fourth wife.
So
you have to be fair, exactly.
So
that's why Muhammad, that's why in Islam, he says, if you can be justice, then you married. If you cannot, then one wife is enough for you.
So justice is about giving them $100 equally. It's about money, correct?
It's not only about money. It's not only about money. About a lot of things. But I'm just give you example.
Is it possible to be just with those wives?
Say again, please.
Is it possible that there is one man in the world can be just with multiple wives?
You can find, but a
You
little,
can?
a little, a little of man's he can be.
All right. So you are saying to me,
Fair.
you are like what we can say, like from the average of 100, how many?
Like 100 man.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you can find one, let's say, or two.
One. All right. So if we
One.
have 100 million Muslims, we will find 1 million from the 100 million. They are just to their wives, correct?
Okay, but is all Muslim man they married for wife?
Hold on. But according to the Quran, no man can be just to his wives. So you lied. And you got yourself busted.
No, I'm not lied.
Yes, you got yourself busted. Lying. The Quran says in chapter 4, verse 129, no man can be just and able to be just to his wives. وَلَن تَسْتَطِيعُوا أَن تَعْدِلُوا بَيْنَ النِّسَاءِ وَلَوْ حَرَصْتُمْ. Apologize.
Again. So why? Okay, so recording to you why Islam put this law.
What recording to you? Listen, you told me that 1 of 100 they can be just. The Quran said not even one can be just.
Okay, again.
Do you know
this law? Why he says?
Do you know what I learned about you?
Be fair.
Do you know what I learned about you? Each time you are in the corner, you say again. So each time, guys, he say again, that means he is trying to escape. Listen carefully. You said, the Quran said, you can marry 4 if you are just. Did you say that?
Yes.
All right. And the Quran in the same chapter, verse 129 says, no man can be just.
That but again, I'm telling you.
Don't say again. Don't say again. Don't say again. I'm telling you. Listen. If the Quran in the same chapter saying no man can be just, that means no man should marry 4 wives. So how the stupid Quran say go and if, and by the way, the Quran doesn't say 4. The Quran says go and if 2 and 3 and 4. The total is 9. This is why your prophet had 9 at the same time. The Caliphate, they have 9. This 2 and 3 and 4. Are you good in the mathematics? 2 and 3 and 4. Doesn't say or as the same translation.
So if you divorce, let's say if you are a rich man and you divorce,
don't share the topic. Don't share the topic.
I'm not changing it. I'm just answering you.
And I am a rich man. Listen, and who said to you I'm not rich man? Do you know? Okay, guys. Yesterday, I will tell you what I did. Yesterday, I went and I bought. I'm very serious, by the way. I bought one big dish of hummus, and I look at it. It says that this is tariff free, so I bought it before the tariff. Trump, he put the tariff right away. I sold it again in Walmart. I get 10 times more money after I sent it back to you. I became rich in one day. Abdul, why you're changing topic? What rich? What poor? If the Quran says, you F2 and 3 and 4. If you can be just, and you are the one who mentioned this verse, not me. But the Quran, the same chapter saying, no man can be just. That means all the Muslims and the Quran are following a stupid book, because this book is contradiction. You cannot be just in the same time saying to you, you can marry 4. But you can marry 4 if you are just.
I know personally. Some Muslims they married 2 wives.
Okay.
And they are justice with them about that. I know personally.
All right, guys. He said he knew personally a Muslim, they married 2 wives and they are justice. But the Quran says this is impossible. So the Quran is a stupid book again.
Okay, so when you ask me the first question, how many men can be fair? I'm telling you, maybe you can find 1 or 2.
The Quran says nobody can be fair. Nobody can be fair. Was Muhammad fair with his wives?
So if we are wrong, so my question, if we are wrong,
you said to me,
if I want to give you this one, if I want to say I want to agree with you, I want to agree with you. Okay, let's say I want to agree with you. Is Prophet Sulaiman or David, they was wrong? How can reach them for 1,000 wife if this is the case?
They are wrong. They are just. This is not wives. Those are not wives. They are just.
So Prophet Jacob, Prophet Sulaiman was wrong when he married
Listen.
1,000 wives.
There's a huge difference between somebody is acting as a king and someone is acting as a man of God. So he's acting as a king and God condemned him. And I mentioned to you the verse from the Bible. So if I am doing something and this is not biblical, you cannot judge my God by me. So if Jesus says don't fornicate and I fornicate, does that mean Jesus is the fornicator or I am the fornicator? So according to your logic, just because his name is David or Solomon, he is higher. No. Simply, anyone in the Bible, he commits sin, he is condemned by God. And we can show you tons of verses. So this is why Jesus says, from their fruits you shall know them. And then we find that David himself, he prayed to God asking for forgiveness. So he confessed his sin. He's asking here, he's asking for God forgiveness. But in your religion, Allah supposedly is encouraging women to give themselves to Muhammad to F them. So the difference between the story of listen, the difference between the story of David or Solomon in the Old Testament and the story of Muhammad, that there they are condemned, but in the Quran, Muhammad himself received license from his God to have unlimited numbers of women. In fact, even you, when you go to heaven,
No, you're wrong.
Allah will give you at least the lowest reward, 72 hookers, to F them.
You are wrong.
All right,
and the proof is wrong because in the Old Testament, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the Torah for come to the Jewish. So in the Old Testament, for Prophet Solomon, they have 1,000 wives. But when Islam come, he get a new law. He says up to 4 wives. So you see the difference between 4 and 1,000.
Listen, Potato. I just mentioned to you that God condemned. You see why I don't have patience to speak to you. You're just dumb. How many times I repeated to you, saying that God in the Old Testament condemned David and condemned Solomon for multiplying their wives. And you stupid, you say to me, listen. And then
Islam wrong when they have 4 wives.
And then the stupid you, what you say to me? So Solomon, he have many wives.
The Old Testament was wrong.
4 wives. Listen, Potato. Listen, we are Christians, and we follow Jesus. We don't follow Solomon. Solomon commits sin. David commits sin.
Really?
Sure, absolutely. The Bible says so. Listen.
Well, we don't believe that. In Islam, we don't believe Sulaiman make a sin.
Because you're a donkey.
Let me finish.
Because you're a donkey.
If Sulaiman make a sense, how can people follow him? If they see Sulaiman bad person, how can people follow him?
All right.
If you see someone make criminal and he call himself I'm a prophet, do you follow him?
Do people be like okay, hold on. I want you to give me the book of Solomon. What is the name of the book of Solomon?
I don't have it, but in Islam we believe Sulaiman.
You just told me.
We believe Sulaiman he was a prophet.
You just told me people follow him. Who follow him? What is the name of his book?
His people.
What is the name of his book?
So they have hold on. I think David. I'm sorry, I'm confusing between David and Sulaiman. So they have the Zabur.
Okay, Mr. Zabur. Listen. What Zabur mean?
I don't know. It's the book of the. Now you see, guys. You see, look the guy. This one. He changed the topic again.
No, if you mention things, I just ask you about what you say.
You said. Now you just changed to topic. Listen, 10 seconds. We're talking about Sulaiman, and you was talking about the wife.
Okay. And, listen. You said to me something very important. I like it. You said, if he was sinner, why people follow him? Was Muhammad sinner?
Okay, we believe a prophet, any prophet, not only Muhammad. Prophet does not sin. Okay, because they must be good example to humanity. They cannot, like, let's say, for example, I want to take your example. If Jesus do bad things, can someone bad things? Not now. I want to say something between right and wrong. But if Jesus, let's say, do bad things, are you able to follow him?
No, we will not
even
follow.
if he did do bad things.
No, we will not.
Exactly. So we believe the prophets, they are not do bad things.
All
Any
right.
prophet,
So this,
not only about
so
Muhammad.
again, you are saying the Quran is a book of stupidity because the Quran says Muhammad is a sinner. Read the verse. I'm showing you the verse. Allah make a prayer to other Allah, saying that Allah may forgive your sin in the past and the future, O Muhammad. So if Muhammad is a sinner confirmed in the Quran, according to you, are you going to follow someone as a sinner? I said no. Jesus never commits sin, and the Bible witness for that. And his act, not only, I mean,
I think Jesus, according to your belief.
Listen.
I believe in Jesus. According to your belief,
I want you to read
he will commit a crime
listen,
when he coming, second coming.
Listen. No, Jesus never commit a crime. He will be the judge.
He will commit the crime according to your belief.
Which crime? Tell me what the name of the crime?
I'm sorry, يعني. I'm so sorry about the channel. I have to say it here.
Yeah, say it.
It's okay.
It's okay, sure.
Okay, so when Jesus come in on the second coming, what will he do for? Doing for ruling for 1,000 years? For 1,000 years, what will he do?
He will send the Muslims to hell. He will treat them like pigs, and the Christians will take them to heaven.
Well, the Muslim is not your enemy.
No, it's not.
The Muslim.
This is not about enemy, my enemy. This is about God. He is God. He will come to earth.
Okay.
He will send pigs to hell, and people.
No. I'm not talking about this. Jesus. Do you know the story on the Bible when Jesus come ruling for 1,000 years? What will he do? You know the story?
No, tell me what the story. I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, what will happen to his T-shirt?
Tell me. Does Jesus have T-shirt?
Yeah, I mean T-shirt, like I don't know how to, like camiso. What will happen to his?
I don't know. You tell me. What I don't know. Is that a jeans?
Yeah. So his T-shirt, he will ruling blood. Why?
Where is that T-shirt and blood? And is that a jeans? I heard that.
Yes.
I heard it's a jeans.
Whatever. Why
don't
Jesus?
Tell me. Don't tell me whatever. Are you taking advantage of me because I'm naive? Come on. So show me.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are taking advantage because I'm young.
So when Jesus, okay, so when Jesus come.
So what is that?
When Jesus come, he will. I cannot say here on YouTube. I cannot say here.
No, say it. Don't worry.
So when Jesus come,
you are under my protection.
He will make a war.
He will make a war. So what? So okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He will make a war.
He will massacre. He will massacre. You continue. I cannot say it here.
He will massacre. He will massacre all the pigs. So.
Not the pigs.
Pigs.
Not the pigs. If I say it here, your channel will be closed.
I will say it. He will massacre.
So you must understand what I mean.
You see, Jesus, he will come with the glory of his angels, and he will command his angels to slay all the filthy, which means he will send them to hell. So is that what you are worried to say? You can say it because it's God.
No. They have a word. I cannot say the word here.
Okay, you
must understand what I mean.
You cannot say it. This is why I don't have patience to keep you. Potato, just get out of here. I mean, you need a patient of, I don't know. You have to buy patience. You have to purchase patience to speak to Abdul. T-shirt, I cannot say it. Okay, say it. No, I cannot say it. Sorry, I cannot. They will ban you. It's okay, just say it, man. Don't worry about banning me for the sake of say it. His T-shirt will be full of blood. He have a knife in his hand. He sharpen it. He's coming. Okay, what now? What do you do? I can't say it. No, please say it. I mean, imagine you're watching a movie and then at the end you stop, you turn the electricity off. Oh, I cannot say it. I can't. What I do? You scared the hell of us, man. You cannot say it. Do we have any Muslim want to join us? Only Muslim, please. I don't want other people to join. I want Muslims. If you are a Muslim, you put your hand up. A Muslim who can say it, not a Muslim who cannot. Go ahead, Allah.
Because this is make Jesus not a God, you know.
What?
You hear me, Christian? Can we talk about Antichrist?
Antichrist?
Because this is the proof. Yeah. Because there is a man who's gonna come in the future. He's gonna claim he's a God. Like you said about Jesus right now. Yeah. You believe inside your book and inside your Bible and in the Quran. And our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he talking about that. And you don't know him, by the way. If he gonna show up, maybe you follow him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course,
Okay.
bro. This is the Antichrist, the Dajjal.
Hold on. You just mentioned the Antichrist. Why he will be Antichrist, not anti-Muhammad?
Bro, because he gonna say he's a prophet, he's a Jesus. Because we both believe.
No. You see, focus with me. Focus.
Bro.
Listen. Focus.
Christian, we both believe Jesus is gonna come back in the future. Even you, the second come back.
Focus with me, please. Why he is the Antichrist, not anti-Allah or anti-Muhammad?
Because if the first you're gonna say he's a prophet.
No, if he is a prophet, he is just a false prophet.
After that, he gonna claim he's a God.
Hold on. Oh, so now he is Antichrist because he claimed to be God.
Yeah.
All right, that make him anti-God.
Even Jesus don't do it.
That make him anti-God because he's trying to replace God, correct?
No, but he's weak. You know, he don't have a ability only on earth.
He has
universe.
ability
His ability only on earth. Yeah, I mean they can like bring your father and your mother if you have like dead parents.
All
can
right.
show you like.
Okay, can Allah? Okay, I will go with you. Can Allah do what this guy can do? You just said to me he can bring you your parents from death. You told me that.
Allah can do everything.
Prove it.
And we don't ask how and why.
No, prove it. I mean, you talk is cheap. I can say. Listen. I like talking to you. You sound like a person we can have a conversation together. If I say to you now, I can fly, what you will say? The Quran says, "Atu bi burhanikum in kuntum sadiqin." Bring your proof if you are truthful, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
But everything I tell you is from Hadith.
Do you agree with the Quran?
Of course.
Okay, give me the proof according to the Quran. What is your proof that Allah is God, as the Quran says?
What's proof Allah is God?
Yeah.
Because all people on this earth they worship him before.
No.
Adam and Abraham, Moses and
Okay,
Jesus and Muhammad, all of them.
All right. Listen. You mentioned to me all people in the world they worship Allah. So why Allah did the flood of Noah if all people in the world worship Allah?
Yeah. Like the Jew, they worship Elohim, we worship Allah.
Elohim is Allah?
Just the Christian, they make... Yeah, of course.
But Elohim, but Elohim is a plural word. It's not God, it's gods. So do you believe in God or gods?
It's the one God.
No, Elohim is not a singular name. It's a plural.
It's Hashim. It's the same
What
name.
Hashim?
They call God like...
Listen.
It's the same name.
Listen.
It's the one God.
No, don't. First of all, Elohim is not a name. Is a word. Is not a name. It's not a name of God.
Yeah,
now, is Allah a name or it's a word mean God?
Allah have names and have titles.
Okay, I'm asking you a direct question. Is Allah is a name or is just a word mean God? Which mean a Hindu.
No, Allah has a name.
Okay, what is his name? Is a name.
Allah.
Okay, Allah. Yeah. So what Allah mean?
Allah has mean God. Allah has mean our creator.
No.
Our creator,
you see, you are making things up now. You said to me I said to you, is Allah is a name or a word mean God? You said to me it's a name. So it's not the word mean God. So now, Allah as a name, what the name mean? You do not know. You know why? Because you stole the name from others. In fact, the name of your God is not Allah. What is the first? Do you know Al-Fatiha?
Like you have a name Christian Prince. God have a name Allah.
All right.
It's the same.
No problem. But you don't know what the name. if we as Arab, I am an Arab, you are not. If you do not know what the word means, that means obviously this is a foreign word. So if this is not an Arabic word, that explains why we do not know what it does mean, because simply is not an Arabic word. That's why none of the Muslim knows what the word Allah means. In fact, the word Allah never exists in the Quran. Where we can find Allah? Nowhere. This is not one word. Al-lah. Al is an Aramaic word, mean God. It's an Hebrew word too. God, lah. Your God. This is why in verse number 2, chapter 1, it says, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Here you see the word Allah look different from the second word. Why? Because it's not the same. Here it is Allah. Here two la. Li la. Li in Arabic mean two. La is the name of your God. So Alhamdu, thanks, praise. Two, this is the first li. La, the name of your God is La. If you go right now and search in Google for La, you will find that La is the moon god.
I tell you, there is many names of Allah. Like Il.
It doesn't
okay,
matter.
I'll give you an example. Wait. When you call Gabriel, you call him Gabriel. I call him Jibrail.
No. This is don't change. Don't change. Don't.
Is Allah is one God. It's the same.
My friend, don't change topic. Don't change topic. So we will go to Jibril. We will go to Jibril. No problem. All right. We will go to Jibril. Allah. Allah. So do you agree with me that your God name, his true name is La?
Yeah.
Okay, but this Allah. Is no, La, not Allah. Al is a word mean God. La is the name of the God, and La is the moon god. So you just agreed.
It's our God.
No, you just agreed that your God.
My God and your God, Christian Prince.
No, you just agreed your God name is La. My God name is not La.
Our God. It's whatever the name is one. It's our God after all.
Listen. Satan. Listen, Satan is one.
You run away from Antichrist because I have proved this Jesus is not a God. You know, because Antichrist, when he come, he claim he's a prophet.
You see,
he's not a God.
No, the word Antichrist proving that Jesus is God, not the opposite. Because Satan, he is not anti you and me. He is anti God. Otherwise, we are nobody. Why Satan will care for me? I mean, what is the big deal? But he is anti-Christ. Why? Because, you know, when kings they fight, is the soldiers are the target or the kings? The kings, when you play chess, if you kill the king, you won. It's not if you kill a soldier or a horse. So there's two kings. One is the king of this earth, his name is Satan. And one is the king of the universe, he is God. So Satan, he want to take over. God.
Why Jesus is still in
listen.
He's still in heaven or wherever he is, and Satan gonna Antichrist gonna do bad things and gonna show up and deceive many Christian people,
you see,
billion of people gonna follow him. You see?
This is why we have the Bible. We cannot be deceived unless we choose to be deceived. Like if now somebody came to me to deceive me about Jesus, like you, trying to fool me, make me believe that there's a God, his name is Allah, and he will give me endless penis. I'm not stupid.
So the same thing like the Jew do with you in Judaism. It's the same thing.
No problem.
Because they don't believe in Jesus.
No.
Yeah.
In fact, the majority of the Jews already they are Christians.
Because I believe the Muslims are the Jew. They
no,
believe
listen.
No,
listen.
If even you ask him.
Okay, hold on. Listen. The Jews, when you say the Jews, they believe in one God. Why the Jews did not say the word Allah in their book?
There is another names for it's not different between.
Okay. The God of Moses is a spirit. Is your God a spirit?
No.
So you don't have the same God. Bingo. The God of Moses. the God of Moses, he came to Abraham as a man. Is your God capable of coming as a man?
No, but we believe no one see
So
God
why you
before.
are saying that the God of the Jews is the same as your God?
They
If
say
their
the
God,
same. They tell me this.
no,
They
you
say the
see,
same thing.
no, no,
They claim no one see God before on
no,
this earth.
no. First of
Yeah.
all,
Yes.
your Quran says that even the Jews, they believe that God has a son, correct?
No Jews in these days. And
Not
not
in,
the Jews who live with Moses, and not the Jews who live with Jesus, peace be upon them all.
before
They are
that,
not, they are not the same.
before that, when the Jews,
Even before that, even the Jews,
when okay,
the son of Israel.
give me the time, give me the time. You said not in the time of Jesus. Is it in the time of Muhammad? The Jews, they believe.
Maybe after the time of Jesus, peace be upon him.
All right, maybe in the
Bro,
time,
they try to kill prophet.
all right. You
And
see, okay,
and God never
okay.
like.
I will go with you. You just said the
I
Jews
want to see
try.
something. One thing,
You
Christian.
just
I
said
believe God.
stop, my friend. You stop jumping like a monkey from place to place. I don't know what to talk to you about. You keep moving from place to place so fast, one by one. You just said the Jews, they try to kill prophet. Can you name for me one prophet the Jews try to kill?
One prophet, Jesus.
Did they kill him?
No.
All right.
God, he never allowed him
all
to
right,
die on the
all
cross.
right, one by one.
So
Did,
take him to,
did
so
they,
he take him to heaven.
were they successful to kill any prophets?
I don't know. Like many prophets, our prophet Muhammad, he said they kill many prophets.
No.
I don't know. I don't have names.
All right.
I don't
So
have
now
names.
look what you did. According to your prophet, according to the Quran, the Jews, they were able to kill many prophets. Why they could not kill Jesus?
Zachariah, for example,
Nowhere.
they beheaded him.
No.
He's a prophet of God.
Where it says they killed Zachariah? Show me.
No, I'll give you, bro.
Where it says that?
And from the Quran, you want, or Hadith?
Okay, show me where it says that.
I have many stories about prophets. They get
Show
killed
me,
by,
show me,
by,
show me
by,
one. Show me one. Show me one. Oh.
And they say Uzair, son of God. I don't know the age.
Don't change topic, my friends. Focus. You said
like the Christians, they say Jesus is son of God.
You said the Jews, they killed a prophet. His name is Zechariah. Show me. And you said this is in the Quran.
There is no names, but God, but Allah say about them.
So you are saying you are making things up, right? So now, when the Quran, yes,
I believe the Quran is the word of God. So whatever, anything
but you are
saying by
saying
God, I'm
things
gonna believe in.
But you are saying things we cannot find in the Quran. You said to me the Jews, they killed a prophet. His name is Zechariah. I said where we can find that. I said to you where we can find. Can you show me where the Jews killed a guy? His name is Zechariah, and he is a prophet of God.
Go to Tabari, the corrupted of son of Israel.
What? A Tabari what?
The corruption of sons of Israel.
Okay, post me. Tafsir, which verse?
And there is a name in Baqarah 87.
Okay.
And God, Baqarah 87, if you want.
No problem.
Baqarah 87.
All right. Can you read for me?
You want Arabic? Can I read in Arabic?
Sure. No problem. And you translate.
Okay. قولهم تعالى أفكلما جاءكم رسول بما لا تهوى أنفسكم استكبرتم ففريقا كذبتم وفريقا تقتلون. I mean, there is a group they think they lie because they claim they are prophet, and the other group they kill them, you know.
All right.
Bro, Moses, after they crossed the river with
you see, hold on. Why are you jumping? Why you are jumping?
They worship the cow.
You mentioned to me at Tabari. I ask you, where the Jews they try to kill a prophet. His name is Zechariah. You said to me, okay, I will find you. And then you mentioned at Tabari. Where in At-Tabari it says the Jews, they tried to kill a guy, his name is Zechariah. You are making things up.
No, don't make things up. This is
So,
the proof.
okay, you mentioned to me At-Tabari. I ask you where. There's a prophet, his name is Zechariah. The Jews, they tried to kill. You said to me, okay, open At-Tabari. I said, where? You gave me the chapter of Al-Baqarah. Verse number.
Yeah, God, it's word of God.
Okay,
He's
where?
talking about son of Israel.
My friend.
He's
The
talking
word.
about prophets. He's not talking about
No, so when the Jews, they killed the prophets, you need to give me who? The only one the Quran mention about is trying to kill Jesus. And when the Quran says فَرِيقًا تَقْتُلُونَ, that means a huge number of prophet they killed, correct? But yet the Muslims and the Quran failed to name for us one. Secondly, if the Jews, they were able to kill all those prophets according to Islam, how come Allah allowed them to kill the prophets, but he will not allow them to kill Jesus? In fact, the Jews, they killed Muhammad. Is that true?
I don't know.
What do you mean you do not know?
I don't know if they. I'm not with him. There is no like.
I am not with him. So okay, are you with Allah now? So you believe in Allah? Are you with Allah?
Yeah, I believe in Allah.
Are you with Allah now?
I believe my prophet. He doesn't get killed.
You just said to me.
Like any.
No, he got killed by poison. A woman, she went.
No. What are you talking about? Bring evidence from.
All right, here we go. A Jewish woman, she went to Walmart, she bought, and this is a da'if hadith, okay? She bought poison, as you see in the screen. She put it in the food of Muhammad, and then Muhammad died because of this poison.
No.
It's in front of you. It's a da'if hadith.
Yeah, he's da'if. He's mean ahad. He's mean da'if. We cannot take it.
Okay, I will give it some vitamin. Here we go. It is Sahih hadith. It's a Bukhari. See how easy to make it fat? Da'if mean skinny. Fat is Sahih. So we make it Sahih now. Here we go. What you would do now?
I have another story, you know, because we believe God
Are you saying Al-Bukhari is lying?
I'm not saying Bukhari is lying, but
so are you saying your prophet is lying?
I don't believe our prophet he get poisoned.
Well, if you're a prophet, he's saying, if your prophet says so, and Aisha says so, you are simply accusing your prophet. He is making things up, because he is the one who said. Now Aisha, and Aisha is saying, he used always to say, not only once. So always Muhammad, he repeat that he is dying because of the food I ate at Khaybar. Read carefully with me. And this is Al-Bukhari, very authentic. The Prophet, Allah pray on him and salute him, said, in his element, which he died, used to say, so not once, not twice, like every day, until he died. O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. Khaybar is the location where Muhammad killed the Jewish tribe. He killed them, he raped their women, he stole their food, and now he's eating their food which have poison. And at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut off from that poison. So was Muhammad making things up, or he is saying the truth?
I told you, bro, I don't believe my prophet he died by poison.
Who cares what you I'm talking about your prophet saying. You said to me, I don't know
the story.
Okay.
I know the story.
No, I
believe in every.
No, look. I don't know what's your name.
My name Sabri.
Sabri, listen, Sabri. You are welcome, by the way. You are a nice guy. I'm glad to talk to you. But listen carefully. When you say I don't believe my prophet died such a way, You are saying to me, Muhammad and Aisha are lying. Because you believe, yes, your belief does not agree with what your prophet is saying. That's what you are saying to
These
me.
people that like they claim this hadith to me, they are lying because we
No, no,
like
no.
on
You
the
cannot.
New
You cannot
Testament
claim this is authentic. This is al-Bukhari, and the one reporting this is Aisha.
It's not the Quran. It's not like the Quran to believe in.
Well, in
Like
your
they don't.
okay, hold on.
There is mistakes in every book. Only the
Listen,
Quran there is no
listen.
mistakes.
No, you follow the Quran does not have mistakes.
Yeah, of course.
All right, you
It's
speak.
the word of God.
You speak Arabic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how you know there's a mistake in the Quran? Is that because you can understand the Quran or because you can't understand the Quran?
I don't need to find mistake. It's the word of God, Christian.
No, no. A second
I don't
ago,
need it. It's God. You know? We are not. It's
Sabri. Listen, a second ago you said to me the Quran does not have mistake. A second after, you said you don't care if it have a mistake. So which one? Does the Quran have mistakes or no?
There is no mistakes.
All
There is
right.
no mistakes.
So I say to you, how you know the Quran does not have mistake? Is that because you understand the Quran or because you don't understand the Quran?
I understand the Quran.
All right. And you speak Arabic, so I will see if you can understand Arabic first. If I say to you, ثمانية أزواج, how many the number is?
8.
I just said 8 pairs.
Yeah.
8 pairs is 8. 8 pairs.
ثمانية 8.
ثمانية أزواج. Listen carefully. أزواج. You speak Arabic, correct? You claim you speak Arabic.
Yes. أزواج. Yes.
ثمانية أزواج. Is it 8 or 16?
8.
How come? أزواج.
أزواج 8. أزواج you're gonna be 16. Yes. أزواج.
Thank you very much. So you misunderstood in the beginning. No problem. So ثمانية أزواج is 16. Can me and you confirm that?
Yeah.
All right. So how the Quran claim that Allah created ثمانية أزواج and they are 8?
Allah create. ثمانية أزواج من ضأن. 8 pairs of the sheep, male and female. Where is the mistake?
A second ago you agreed with me that, and you speak Arabic, ثمانية أزواج is 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Count. Allah created, He count for us what He's talking about. So 8 pairs, 1 male and 1 female sheep. Total is what? 2. All right. And then 1 goat male and 1 goat female. The total is what? 4. Verse number 144. 1 camel male, 1 camel female. The total now 6. And then 1 cow male and 1 cow female. Total is 8. Where is the 16?
I tell you, Brian, we Muslims, we cannot ask God how and why, you know.
We cannot ask God. So are you saying to me?
We cannot. If this is the same, I talk with the Christian parents. You cannot ask Jesus why Satan's still alive after a rebel on you.
No, it's not about asking Jesus, my friend.
You know, it's the same.
Sabri.
It's the same. Even in
listen,
religion is the same.
listen to yourself. You are going now in denial. It's you who mentioned to me the Quran have no mistakes, correct? You said, okay, this is a mistake. And you now, because I show it to you, you said to me, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. A second ago, you told me that ثمانية أزواج mean 8 pairs, which means 16. And you agreed, and we repeated that many times. And now we see that Allah is making a mistake. It cannot be from Allah if He's God. This is a guy who did not know how to speak good Arabic. You cannot say 8 pairs and he meant 8 animals, because 8 pairs is 16. As simple as that. So if you say to me we cannot question God, who said I'm questioning God? I am questioning a book to be if it's from God or not. And this is the proof that it cannot be from God. And we have tons of errors. Not only this is easy. But because like you said, you speak Arabic, I said, okay, wonderful. Let us use your Arabic skills to find out together if the Quran is a book of God or not.
But this Surah Al-An'am, maybe have a scholar have a knowledge more than me can explain.
My friend, the scholars, their job is to...
We cannot understand God, Christian Prince. He's our creator.
All right, listen.
We cannot...
A second ago...
He can understand us, but we cannot understand God.
Look what you just did. A second ago you mentioned the scholar, but a second after you said we cannot understand God. So how does scholar understand God? If we cannot understand God... No, either we can understand God or we cannot understand. If we cannot understand God, so what's the purpose of the Quran?
Not all of Quran I can understand. There is many surah.
You cannot understand one verse in the Quran, not a single. Okay, I will give you a challenge, Sabri. Choose for me the easiest chapter in the Quran, and I will find you a bad error in it. Go ahead. Anyone, name one.
The first one, Fatiha.
Al-Fatiha. Let us go there. Who is talking there?
Allah.
How Allah is talking and he's saying in the name of Allah?
No, for us, for the Muslims.
No, you cannot say that. We know that he is supposed to is the one is talking. Listen.
And everything, Prince, everything we touch it in our life.
This is not the topic, my friend. Don't focus with me.
Everything.
You know what you are doing. Like it's like trying to talk to a child. I said to him, come sit in the table to eat, and then you grab the spoon and you run away like an infant. Focus with me. You mentioned to me Al-Fatiha, there is no mistake. If I am the one is talking, why I want to say in the name of a Christian prince? If I am a Christian prince, obviously this chapter cannot be from the God of Islam. Somebody making a prayer in the name of Allah. He claimed that Allah sent him. It cannot be Allah talking, because if Allah is the one is talking, saying in the name of Allah is something stupid. Imagine Trump, he go in TV, he says in the name of a Trump. So who are you? People would die laughing at him.
Christian, when you send me like a message from their Christian Prince to Sabri, it's the same, bro. It's a letter, you know, when you send letters to people like you're gonna put it in your name.
You see, hold.
People know you.
No.
Who with token who?
No. If I am a king, if I am a king, and I am writing a letter, I say, I am the king of Persia, speaking to the king of the Roman. I say to you, as simple as that. If I say in the name of the king of Persia, that means obviously the one is writing the letter is someone work for the king of Persia, not the king himself. So whoever is speaking here, he cannot be Allah. This is someone he claimed that he have the authority to speak in the name of Allah. So now if this is the case, that means the Quran is not the word of Allah. This is the word of the one who spoke in the name of Allah. Now you need to enter us. Who is the one who's talking?
It's our God. It's our God.
If he is God, you didn't say in the name of God?
It's the name of Allah. I tell you now, God have names.
This is not the question. It says
and every nation has like
I don't know why Muslim cannot comprehend a simple question. We question why he is saying in the name of Allah. If Allah is talking, he shall not say in the name. If I say in the name of Jesus, obviously I am not Jesus. Isn't it obvious?
You take power and you take help or forgiveness from Jesus when you say that, and you say it by the way.
You see, okay, wonderful. Okay,
they do it in
so I say, so now we are getting
even they kill people in the name of Jesus.
Listen. They kill chicken too. So if I say in the
No,
name
they
of,
do. They do it.
if I say in the name of Jesus, that means obviously I am, and you said, I am getting power in the name of Jesus. The one who said in the name of Allah, he is getting power from Allah.
Yeah, he's the word of God, and everything he
No,
he
no, no,
say
no.
he
I'm
said
talking
and
about
everything
here,
he
Al-Fatiha.
writing.
Focus with me. Focus with me, Sabri.
Yeah.
Al-Fatiha, Al-Fatiha. The one here is
Yeah.
talking when he's saying, you said to me, when you say in the name of Jesus, you are receiving power from Jesus. Wonderful. So now, when the person here is speaking, whoever this person, according to your logic, when he say in the name of Allah, he is receiving power from Allah. That means he is not Allah. So who's talking?
It's God talking, because God
So
tell him to say that.
God is talking and he is receiving power from Allah.
Yes. No, he when he say Bismillah Rahman, it's for us. You know, when we say it, we should say these words because it's give us power. You know, give us a power
Okay,
to
listen.
do wherever we
You
want.
keep mentioning the word power. Jesus, he can make the blind see. He healed the leper. If he wave his hands, tens of thousands can be healed just by waving his hands. We just showed you your prophet is sick. In fact, your prophet, he can faint in every 2 seconds. If Allah is God and Muhammad is his beloved prophet and his favorite, why Allah could not provide medicine to Muhammad to heal him?
It's okay. You don't believe in destiny, Prince. Even those people right here, they don't believe in. We, the Muslims, we believe in destiny. We believe in there is an age you're gonna born in this life,
Guys,
and you have a day you're gonna die in this day. Whatever you do,
did I mention the
whatever
word?
you want,
Sabri.
whatever you do.
Did I mention?
No,
Did I mention?
France, you don't believe in destiny. We believe in destiny. The Muslims, they believe in destiny.
So are you saying to me? Are you saying to me that your prophet is destined to faint every 2 seconds?
Die in this moment. In this moment, you know.
All right.
Die in this moment. And
But
he died
no,
in
no.
this
This
moment.
about
This is the God
it's not about his death now. It says that the prophet he faint every few seconds. So are you saying to me, Allah he destined that Muhammad will be fainting prophet?
It's God's will. We don't ask God how and why. Again, I tell you.
So why Jesus he can heal the one who faint, and Muhammad is the fainty guy? Why Muhammad God cannot heal him?
If I live the same age if I live in the same age when Jesus crucified, I'm never gonna believe in him, bro. Even God, who is a prophet, because if I see God die with my eyes directly and I see him on the cross, I'm never gonna believe God like so much weak.
I will go with you. I will use your logic. So if Jesus died in the cross, that means he is not God. This is what you are saying, correct?
No, I don't believe he's died anyway.
I know. But I'm saying that you are saying that if Jesus died in the cross, you can't accept him to be God then, because God died in the cross, right?
Yeah, people from Roman and there is bad evil Jew, and there is another Jew that are good people.
All right. I will go with
Jews.
you. Don't jump. I will go with you. But based on what you are saying, Jesus must be God in Islam because he did not die in the cross, and nobody can kill him.
No, God did not allow to let him die on the cross.
Thank you very much.
It's a good prophet.
Well done. So Jesus, he's a good prophet. So Muhammad was a bad prophet. That's why Allah.
No, he's a good prophet.
No,
all of them,
you are saying to
even
me.
Moses.
You are saying to me that Allah will not allow Jesus to be killed by the Jews because he's a good prophet. But the Jews, they killed Muhammad by poison. That means he is a bad prophet.
There is no evidence and proof about that.
I just showed you the proofs. I just showed you.
But Bukhari is a book. It's not the Quran to take it. You know, it is the word of humans.
All right. I will show you from the Quran. I will show you from the Quran. Is that fair? Here we go. In the Quran, it says exactly what Al-Bukhari says. If Muhammad is a false prophet, I will cut his artery. So the Quran.
Christian Prince, you're never gonna believe in Muhammad is a prophet because he's not a Jew. Because the Jews, they believe in every prophet is come from them. Moses, Jacob, Isaac, Joseph. No, this is you know why the Jews they don't believe in Muhammad because he's not one of them. He's Arabic, you know. You know.
I will show you.
I will show you.
Okay. I will show you why the Jews did not believe in Muhammad. But step by step. According to the Quran, chapter 69, the Quran says, if Muhammad is fabricating Quran, Allah will grab him from his right hand and he will cut his artery. Muhammad, he eat only with his right hand, and all the Muslims are forbidden to eat with the left hand, correct?
Your right hand, we eat.
All right. So Muhammad, he ate the poison food with his right hand, and his aorta is being cut off. For he is lying, as in verse number 44, about claiming to be a prophet. And this is exactly what the hadith in al-Bukhari, which you don't want to, you know, you're trying your best to deny, is saying. Okay, no, you did. Read carefully. What cut off? What cut off? His aorta. Do you see it? Huh? What the Quran is saying? If he is lying, we are going to cut his aorta. Read it. And this is exactly what happened. And I believe the one who made it happen this way is my Lord Jesus, the Christ. Muhammad is a false prophet. He made a promise, if I am lying, God will seize me from my right hand, which means he will cause his death by his own hand. And he will cut, how he will kill him? By cutting his artery. And this is exactly, and this is exactly.
See, Muhammad is a false prophet. We follow the false God.
Yeah, you follow false
because
prophets.
The Jews, because you Christian, you say
okay. Listen,
the Jews,
listen,
they
listen,
have another
listen,
opinion. You know,
listen, listen, Sabri. If I say to you, I'm a prophet now, are you going to believe me?
No,
Why?
because we believe there is no prophet gonna come to earth after there is last prophet.
Oh,
Even the second,
how he
the second
is,
come of
how
Jesus
he is
in the future.
How he is the last prophet and Jesus is coming back.
But Jesus is gonna coming back as a Muslim. He's gonna follow
as a
Muslim.
Muslim. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Listen. So if I say to you, I will give you endless penis if you believe in me, is that a good reason to follow me?
I follow you if you show me God, like if you have the truth about God.
Okay.
We follow prophets because they have a miracle.
So
you know,
is my promise sound funny and stupid if I say to you, I will give you endless penis if you believe in me?
You
as
should have a miracle, Christian, to be a prophet.
So you will.
This is why the prophets they know prophecy. They know everything about the future.
Okay. So do you accept that a prophet, he promised his followers that you will have an endless penis? I just told you I'm a prophet, and I will give you endless penis. I want you to tell me why my promise is not sufficient for you. I prophesy for you right now. If you believe in me, Allah will make your penis endless. Now you are saying to me, give sufficient evidence. But this will happen in the future, in heaven.
I want a heaven, Christian. I want a heaven this life. I don't want a penis or nothing. There is a hell and heaven. Like the Jews, they don't believe in hell.
All right.
But with Christian, the Muslims, they believe in hell and
about
heaven.
the Jews. I don't
want
know
a heaven after.
You keep jumping to this.
No, because bro, I asked them. I debate them. They tell me we believe the same God. Only the Christians they create Trinity.
Listen. No, they don't. Listen. I just told you the God of the Jews is a spirit. Your God is not. So even the nature of your God is not the same.
He's one. He's
no,
one, Christian.
If your God is not a spirit and their God is a spirit, you cannot have the same God. They are different in nature. Your God is a concrete. But don't change topic. So now, are you not accepting my offer to believe in me, that Allah sent me to tell you that you will have an endless prophet? Is that because my promise is stupid? Because God should not promise me endless penis? Is that why you are rejecting?
Yeah. And you should have a miracle. Even if you have a miracle, I don't believe you because
there
is Antichrist.
So you said okay. You said yeah. That means you are making fun of my promise. I will give you endless penis. Why you are making fun of my promise to give you endless penis? What's wrong with?
Because our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he promised us heaven if we follow the Islam.
Not
like Jesus, he promised you heaven if you follow Christ.
Focus with me with the endless penis. Are you finding my promise? Are you finding my promise as a prophet of Allah funny, stupid, hard to accept?
It's funny.
Okay, this is what your prophet said.
No, he's not say that.
Yes, your prophet says that. Read it. And this is Sahih Hadith. يعطى أحدكم في الجنة ذكر مثل النخل السحو. You will have in heaven, an endless penis. And you say this is funny. And the vagina will fit for that.
Because in heaven we don't look like the same on earth, you know.
But this is what your prophet said.
Big.
You just insulted your prophet. You just, guys, did Sabri, did Mr. Sabri,
we're gonna look like Adam,
did
you know?
Mr. Sabri,
Heaven.
did Mr. Sabri in the front of you say this is funny, this is why he rejected? You said that.
No, it's not funny, but you don't talking about the judgment day.
No, I asked you, do you refuse to accept me as a prophet because I give you a funny promise to have endless penis? You said yes, it's funny. Everybody heard you.
Promise is not in this life. It's about
I told no. Still, this is a false excuse. I told you in heaven you will have a penis. You said to me, I want now a proof. I said in heaven, how I can prove it to you? In heaven you will have endless penis. And then you said to me it's funny. So now you are trying to duct tape. You laugh at it.
It's heaven for me is the biggest victory, Christian Prince. To be
Listen,
honest
listen. How you can walk with endless penis? Explain to us how the vagina will accommodate an endless penis. Like how wide the woman is. Is it endless? She's like a wall. She have a hole. So you put your penis, excuse my language, guys. You put your penis inside her, and your penis keep going, and all of this is a vagina. So how deep the vagina is to accommodate endless penis. And remember, the vagina is inside the woman. That means the women.
After the judgment day, we're gonna look different. We're gonna look like Adam.
Okay, I am trying to imagine how we look different. So now.
No, you cannot try the imagine because no one can imagine God or imagine judgment.
No, your prophet, he told us, you know, if you read my books, you will see. No one can imagine God. You can get my books, my friend. My books, I have all the reference. Your prophet, he says, you will be 96 mile tall. The woman, she will be 33 mile short. And your penis will be endless. So now we know. And not only that, you will have a face of Joseph, the age of Jesus. And when you enter heaven, Allah will give you drink. One will make you have a diarrhea. And that will make all your sin become poop. And the other one will make you tall and white. So don't tell me we do not know. We know.
I believe that.
Okay, you believe in that. Can you tell me why there's two drink? One will make you so white and tall and will change your face to make you like Joseph. Can't Allah make you look like Joseph and 33 years old like Jesus without water?
With God is will. If you want to ask, you don't ask me.
God. Did you watch the movie? It's called Alice in the Wonderland. She ate cheese and then she became small so she can enter the Wonderland. So now when you go to heaven, you are going to drink water. One water will make you have a diarrhea, and that will make you shit all your sin. The other water will make you 33 years old, 96 kilometers tall or a mile, and you will have the face of Joseph.
It's the same heaven. Like you have.
You keep saying the same thing. Okay, can you show me where in the Bible it says we will have endless penis and we will be 33 years old and we are going to drink water to make us tall hundreds of kilometers or 96 mile? There's no such a thing. We don't have
the same heaven is mean the heaven for good people.
Okay.
No.
You just said heaven for good people. I thought Allah will import women from hell to heaven. Women who they are prostitute. Is that correct?
I don't know about that.
What do you mean you do not know?
I know everyone believe in there's like small believe inside his heart, like small piece. Who believe in one God,
No,
he
listen.
never gonna be
A second ago,
immortal
you see
in hell.
the problem I noticed with you, Sabri. You have a flight of thought. A second ago, you said to me, heaven for good people. I said to you, as I know, the heaven of Islam for bad people. Allah, he said to you, Allah Prophet, that Allah will import from heaven women who they are prostitute. They have a nice butt and they have a nice vagina. So why Allah is taking women from hell, importing them to heaven just because they have nice breast, a nice ass, and nice vagina? Do you know?
No, I don't think so. God, he's not like us. He don't.
My friend,
Like
you keep saying to me,
like you wanna be like God is not like a human Christian. He doesn't think like us, you know.
okay.
Like we
So
love
are you?
this and this
So
life.
are
We
you?
have money and
Okay.
no, it's not like that.
Are you saying to me your prophet is making things up?
It's not making things up.
But you just
Where's
said
the
to me.
proof about that?
But
There's
you
a
just
hadith
said to
about
me. Okay. But you just said to me, Allah don't think like us. So why he is promising us endless penis?
God is will.
Okay, but that means he think like us. Men, many men, they are interested of the size of their penis, which is stupid. This is only donkey's interest, because donkey have a big penis. So what? Still is a donkey. And sex have nothing to do with the size of a penis, because many men, they have a big penis, but still they cannot perform sex and they cannot even have kids. So what does have to do with anything? But when you have God, and you say to me, this God, he promised you endless penis. Isn't it this is a proof that Islam is based on penises and vagina worship? Do you really worship God or penis?
I worship God, man.
So let me see.
Not,
Why the black stone look in the shape of a vagina then? And you kiss it.
Christian homosexual in Islam is a big sin. You get dead.
Did I say anything about homosexuality now? No.
No, because
However, there is no punishment for homosexual in Islam. A man, if he is, yes, if a man he is a homosexual, the Quran says, and the interpretation, beat him with sandals. The Bible, Old Testament says, kill them. This is the penalty. Nowhere in the Quran. Can you show me where it says if somebody homosexual? I can show you a verse from the Old Testament.
There is like.
This is a fabrication. Later, 300, 400 years. 400 years. Listen.
He do it with homosexual.
Okay, can you show me?
He throw him.
Hold
He throw him for high places.
Can you show me one evidence that a homosexual was killed by your prophet?
There is punishment for.
You keep saying to me there's a punishment. No, the Quran have nothing.
Yeah,
in fact, from the time of the Caliphate, homosexual are imam. Is that correct?
No.
All right.
Imam homo, really?
Let us see. Here we go. This is the Caliphate. This is the Caliphate. Listen, Sabri, listen.
The people of flute.
This is the Caliphate. He is solving a problem. The Muslim, they come to him and they say to him, there is an imam. Our imam is a gay. Shall we pray behind him? He is tempting us. Look what your caliphate said. And this is your caliphate, the one who came after Muhammad Uthman. He said, prayer is the best deed. So do the deed, the good deed. But they said to him, but this guy is a homo, and he is the imam. And he is tempting us. If We are
Guys,
led.
if he do
Listen, listen,
action, if they catch him do action with another guy, they're gonna punish him.
listen, listen.
Believe me.
They knew he's a gay. Look, he just told the caliphate, we are led in salat, in the prayer, by the leader of fitna, trial, affliction, etc. And we are afraid of being sinful, of following him. Uthman said, salat, prayer is the best of the deeds. So when people do good deeds, do the same. Wonderful. As Zuhri said, in our opinion, one should not offer salat behind a gay person unless there is no alternative. So why Uthman saying to them it's okay to have a gay imam? And this is from the beginning of Islam. You said to me, if somebody is a gay, we punish him. In fact, he was approved to be a gay by the caliphate. In the top of that, this hadith proved to us that all Muslims are homosexual. Why? How they are tempted by him if they are not homo? If I have a gay in front of me, and I am a Muslim, and he is bending over, how that is tempting me? Can you explain? How you Muslims get tempted by a gay bending over in front of you unless you are a gay? I understand if this is a woman and she have nice butt, nice body, nice legs, and you can see her panty and you get horny. Okay. That's maybe normal. But I cannot understand how those Muslims claiming that they are good Muslims come into the caliphate saying this guy is tempting us. How they are tempted if they are not homo? Are you, did you ever get tempted, Sabri? Be honest with me. By seeing a man bend over in front of you?
No, I never see that.
So why those Muslims in the time of the caliphate are complaining that this person is tempting them and they are facing a very bad trial?
If you do like action, like if you do
like what he do, like what he do,
gonna punish him.
like what he do, like
Imam, he's
all right. Listen, Sabri. Do
even the Ottoman Empire have a punishment for this?
Let us me and you think about it. Maybe he have a round butt, and those Muslims they like it. Maybe when he bend over, he shake his butt, and they get horny. Maybe his dress is so short, and and at that time they don't wear an underwear, so they see his anus. Otherwise, you need to tell us. You need to tell us something.
The people of
Why?
What Allah did do it with them?
This is a story from the Bible. The Muhammad is stored from the Bible. That's not your.
How you know? Yeah, there is the surah in the Talmud and Torah, if you want to say it, your Old Testament.
Okay, hold on. All right.
Story about that.
So you just mentioned the story about the.
So Jesus, he's stealing from Moses, if you want to say.
No. Jesus is the God of Moses. How he can steal from him?
How you know? How you know Moses? He never say Jesus is the God of me who I meet him in the mountain of Sinai.
Okay, hold on.
See that.
Let us see.
He say I speak directly with God. But
all right.
Jesus.
Okay. You said Moses never said that.
Yeah.
Isn't it Moses he report for us? Okay. Who is the one who report the story for you? That 3 men they come to Abraham. And one of them is God.
Three men come to Abraham. One of them is God.
Yeah.
God like in flesh.
Yeah. Who is the one who came to Abraham as a man? And he's God. Who is the one who came?
I don't know this story.
No, it's in your Quran. It's in your Quran.
No, in my Quran is Abraham. He think the sun is God.
No.
And after that, he think the moon is God.
Focus with.
No, Abraham. He never see God. He never see God. But he asked God to show him how make dead people alive.
Okay.
This is the story of Abraham, Prince. I know.
Listen. In the Quran, does it say that the 3 men came to Abraham? Yes or no?
One of them is angel, is not a god.
All right.
Angel.
What is the proof? What is the proof that they are angels? You mentioned to me that somebody
Because they didn't eat.
You mentioned to
They
me.
didn't eat.
You mentioned to me because they don't eat. No problem. Wonderful. So angels should not eat. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Why?
And Abraham, peace be upon him, they see like this is weird, you know. Why they come to his house and they don't his khayma, you know, on the old age, and why they didn't eat with him. But
so now that means they are not like a human being, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now the one who don't eat is not a human being. Do Allah eat?
I don't know.
What do you mean no?
To be honest with you, I never asked this question. Did
I
God?
ask.
No, God,
I
he
ask.
don't.
I
He
ask.
did-
I
He
ask. I
don't
ask.
need
I
eat. He
ask.
don't need eat, God.
Okay.
No, no, he don't
Okay.
need eat.
So
God.
guys, so now how you know this is angels? You just say to me because they don't eat, they must be angels. Well, no. If they don't eat, they must be God then, because according to Muslims, Allah don't eat.
Even the angels don't eat. Satan, he don't eat.
Hold
according
on.
to your book.
Listen, my friend,
Yes.
look, listen to yourself. You Muslim, don't listen to yourself. You Muslim, don't listen to yourself.
I'm listening to myself. I'm listening to
Yeah,
myself.
you just
They
said,
are angel.
you just said that I said to you, how you know that those 3 who came to Abraham, they are angels? You said because they don't eat, correct? You said that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I said to you, do Allah eat? You said no, he don't eat. So the angels and Allah do not eat. So now how we know that those are angels, not Allah?
Because they come they take the humans, they come in the flesh. And this is why
Okay, hold on.
all over the world,
Hold
the Jews,
on.
the Muslims, they won't believe God come in
Where
flesh.
in the Quran it says that Allah don't have a flesh?
He doesn't need it. It's disrespect for God. He coming in the flesh because
So, okay, so when the Quran
created
say
many
when
creation
when Allah say
from
in the
light. And,
when Allah he said in the Quran that he have hands, he have a face, he have a shin.
yeah, but he's not like, but he's not like our face.
But a second ago
And
you
wherever
said
he come to your brain, to brain
ago you
prince,
see, I
God is
don't
not like that.
care, my friend. Maybe Allah look like an octopus. This is not the question. You said to me a second ago, he don't have a flesh, but the Quran says yes, he does. He have a flesh. So now, is Allah God because he have a flesh or because he don't have a flesh? Is Allah is God because he eat or he don't eat? Because the angels, they came to earth and they have a flesh. Allah, he have a flesh. The Quran confirmed that. He have 2 hands, he have 2 eyes, he have 2 shin, he have 2 legs, he have 2 feet. He's the same as a human. He have 5 fingers. He have a nose.
But he's not hand and flesh. He's not like us.
They are.
He doesn't
No,
look
listen,
like whatever coming in your brain, God is not like that.
Listen, the cat hands is not like us. Does that mean the cat is God?
No.
Okay. So saying not like us, who care? This is not the question. So do Allah have hands? Yes. Do Allah have feet? Yes. Do Allah have a soul? No. Do he have a spirit? No. Is he a spirit? No. So your God Allah is just a flesh. He is just a flesh. He have no spirit. In other way, he is a dead body.
But you run away, Prince. Why Moses he doesn't say to the Jews, I'm talking with Jesus in the mountain of Sinai. He
All
come
right.
to me.
Listen.
I speak with him and I saw him.
Listen.
By the way,
who is the one? Who is the one who report the story about Abraham? I thought it's Moses.
Yes.
Okay. So you said to me nobody mentioned that. Secondly, if we go to the hadith right now, you will see that Moses cannot be a Muslim. Moses, he believed exactly the teaching of Jesus. Let me show you. According to your prophet, Adam and Moses, they have a debate. Like now we are talking. They go in Discord. At that time, they have a Discord. So,
yeah, I know.
yeah. And then, you know the story, wonderful, and this is Sahih, mentioned in many Bukhari, etc. So Moses, he believed in the original sin. Muslims don't believe in the original sin. What is the original sin? The original sin is because Adam, he commits sin, we are out of heaven. Muhammad don't believe in original sin. So how Moses is a Muslim and he believe in the original sin, and this debate happened after Adam and Moses, they die. So when the Muslim, they say Moses is a Muslim, your books confirm that he is following Jesus. He is a Jewish who believe in Jesus the Christ, and he worship him. How we know? Read it. It's in front of you.
I read, yeah. And
Okay, read it for me. Read it and explain. Go ahead.
I know the story, Prince. I know.
No. Don't tell me I need the story.
I know the
Do
story.
Moses?
Because
Okay, who is right? Who is right? Adam, who believe that Allah, he made him destined to do sin, or Moses, who believe in original sin? Which one of them is right?
Which one of them? God is right.
This is not a question. Adam.
No, here's the question. Because I'm gonna. This is my answer. Is God is well?
My question. The Sabri. My
it's destiny for Adam to eat from the tree.
Listen, Sabri. I will tell you. My experience with Muslims, they cover themselves by oil before they come to me. They think I cannot grab them. I can. Don't try to avoid the question. Here, who is wrong and who's right? Moses or Adam? As simple as that.
No one of them are
no.
They're prophets.
You're a prophet. No, you are again trying to escape the embarrassment. You're a prophet.
So I'm gonna say Adam is wrong because he's eats from the tree. No, I don't believe that.
This is not the question. This is not the question. Don't make me lose my patience with you. According to the hadith, you're a prophet. He agreed with Adam. Read it. You keep saying to me, I know the story, I know the story, I know the story.
I know the story, yeah.
Right.
Like Moses, he blamed Adam and Adam.
All right, so you're a prophet. He said, who is right? Adam or Moses?
All prophets of God, bro. Prince.
Listen. Are you asking me?
Even you believe in Adam he's a prophet.
Listen,
he's the first human being.
Sabri. You see, your name is Sabri, which means patient. So now, are you asking me to lose my patience and kick you out? I repeated the question to you tens of times. Who is wrong? According to the hadith, who is wrong? Your prophet, he took the side of Adam against Moses.
Yes.
Okay, so who's wrong? Adam or Moses?
I don't want to say, bro, but they are prophets.
It's not up to you. Right, you have to say it. You're a prophet. Are you saying?
Them. This is my religion.
Listen, this is not about respect. What does that have to respect? Are you saying to me that you're a prophet when he say Moses was wrong, he was disrespecting Moses?
Maybe.
So Moses should not be respected by Muhammad because he is a Christian. So the Muslim, when they say yes, so when the Muslim they say Moses was a Muslim, it's a big fat lie, because obviously Muslims don't believe in what Moses believed. And this is
talking about the man.
Listen,
the man whose name is coming like 126 times in the Quran, more than any prophet.
How you claim that Moses sent by Allah, believe in Allah, the religion of Allah, yet he do not know the very basic of Islam, that you should not believe in original sin.
I believe that Moses crossed the river with his own people.
Who care about this?
This
is not a question.
I believe in that, bro. I believe that the people of Moses worship the cow.
You see, you Muslim believe in nothing. You don't have belief. You Muslims are confused. Okay, if I ask you what Moses mean, what does that mean?
Moses. I have meaning. You want in Arabic. And there is meaning of Isa.
Okay, give me the meaning in Arabic. Give me the meaning of Moses in Arabic, and give me the meaning of Isa in Arabic.
Okay.
Search in Google?
No, not Google.
ChatGPT?
No, no, no.
Lily?
I have my book.
Lily J? If you know the meaning, you should not be taking time. Just tell me the meaning. Obviously, you are searching. Are you asking?
Because there is
Are you
no,
asking?
there is like
Are
many
you?
meanings.
Are you reading tafsir?
I wanna meanings. No, no, meanings in Islam. What is meaning, Moses?
Are you reading
What is
tafsir
meaning?
Lily J? Obviously, you are looking for tafsir Lily J. ChatGPT. What's the meaning of Moses?
أخرجته من الماء is mean, you know. This is what's mean of Musa. You want a meaning of Isa?
Okay. What the meaning of Isa? And where do you find the meaning? Where do you find it? You said to me.
المخلص.
You said to no. You said to me
Yeshua.
in Arab. Oh no. Where do you get this meaning from? From the Jews.
Yeshua.
Where do you get the meaning from? No, no, Isa. You said to me, Isa. I'm asking you now what Isa. What Isa mean?
Yes.
What Isa mean?
مخلص.
Mean what? Mean what?
المخلص.
Al-Mukhlis. No, I never heard of this. Where do you get this from?
There's a meaning in Arab.
Where do you get this from? Give it to me. I want to read it. Did your prophet says that?
Yes.
Show me.
I will send you private.
No, send it here in the chat.
Okay. But the link. Okay.
All right. So do you accept this website, right?
Yes.
All right. Look what you just gave me. Do you agree with it? Do you agree with the link you gave me? Don't tell me no.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, wonderful. Okay. So now, if we read together, where we can find the meaning of the word Isa. It says here, the Christian, they call him Yeshua. And this is a Hebrew word with sheen, Yeshua. And it is a word contained two words, which mean Yahweh, Shua, which mean the Savior. All right, this is Yeshua. Now, Isa is an Arabic name of Yeshua. Where did they get this from? No,
Yeah, Yeshua. What is the problem? Look,
no.
we take many
Isa,
names from.
Isa is not an Arabic name of Yeshua. Yeshua. How Yeshua became Isa?
God call him.
Yeshua.
Allah call him like that.
And look here what it says. So Isa here they say it is Yeshua, and then he says Isa is the Arabic name of the word in the Greek, which mean Savior. Okay, if you said you agree with this, Jesus is the Savior. Isn't it this is what God is about? Who is the one who will save the world from hell? Is it God or Muhammad?
No, the earth, not the world.
No,
meaning the earth.
Hold on,
because we
you
live
said
only on earth.
you said he's that's mean he is al-Mukhallis.
Yeah, Mukhallis on earth. Yeah, I believe he's a prophet of God.
Listen.
He's gonna come in the future.
Listen. Okay. Yes. A human being, they will be in Earth or in Mars. In Earth. So he will save mankind. Who is the one who will save mankind? Is it God or man?
But how you know God maybe have another creation in another
No,
place?
no. You see,
So
a
just we're
second
talking on
ago,
earth.
you
Jesus gonna
said,
save
my
people on
friend,
earth.
focus with me now in the earth. Focus. A second ago,
Christian,
you
because
told.
we have a
A
prophecy about that.
second ago, no.
Ya'juj Ma'juj, the
Secondly,
same name in your book.
secondly, the Quran confirmed that the creation is in the earth, nowhere else. So focus with me in the earth.
Christian, I
Who
believe
is the
Jesus is
one?
gonna save us
Who is
from
the one?
Antichrist.
Who is the one will save mankind on earth? God or a man?
A prophet of God.
Prophet of God can save mankind?
Yeah, prophet like Moses, he saved his own people. Like Noah.
No.
Noah is a prophet of God. Noah, he saved all the humans in this earth after
Listen,
Adam. Peace be upon him.
Sabri, I'm losing my patience with you. You're talking like a kid, as a
I'll
teenager.
tell you the truth. I told
Listen,
you the truth.
listen. I'm talking about saving mankind, not people crossing a sea. Mankind in the day of judgment. Who is going to come back? And he is called the Savior. You agreed with it. You said, yes, Jesus is the Savior. Wonderful. When he will save us? When he come back. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, that's God.
No.
Yes, this is the end of the time. At the end of the time, who is the one who will accomplish the mission of saving mankind? God. No man can save you. No man can save you. Muhammad will be dead, and he's dead now. Moses is dead. Adam is dead. Abraham is dead. There's only one person is alive. That is the Messiah. His name is holy. His act is holy, and he have the power of the holy God. That's why he's alive. And when he come back, he will come with the glory of God, for his God, with his angels, and he will rule the whole world. How he will rule them? Bad, evil, pagan will go to hell. Those who follow him and obey his command will be in his kingdom. As simple as that. So when you agree with me that the Messiah is the Savior, you just agree that Muhammad saved nobody. In fact, he cannot save himself. In fact, in the hadith, your prophet, he says that nobody
But
can.
if he's savior,
Listen,
friends,
listen.
if he's savior,
Listen.
why there is a man he coming before him like have ability like him, like he can show you heaven and hell.
No, nobody can
He
do
can
it.
like
No.
he can. Antichrist, he can do it.
No, listen. When you say listen, when you say he can do that, this is obviously is an illusion. It's not true. You know, it's fiction. If
So
it's
why the people gonna follow?
if it is true, if it's true, that means he's God. So either you have to agree. Same time, look, when you mentioned to me the Antichrist when you came here first time, your God, he described himself that he have two eyes. And he said to Muhammad, if you are confused about the Antichrist, you should know that your God is not one eye. What is the difference between Allah and the Antichrist? Physically, nothing except one eye. And this is your prophet explaining that.
No. There is many difference.
No, read it. Read it.
All ability of Antichrist only on earth.
Read it.
We believe in God, have all
My
of this
friend,
universe.
Sabri, I'm losing my patience with you. Read it.
Yes.
Read it. Read it. I want to hear it. Read it for us.
Yeah, I have told you so much about the Dajjal that I'm afraid you may not understand. The Antichrist is short. And told all he heard one-eyed, an eye sightless, and neither. Yeah, I know about that. You know about Dajjal. He will only have one
All right.
eye.
So what? No. What? Focus with me, my friend. I'm losing my voice. My throat is hurting me. What the difference? What the difference in the look? This guy, he claimed to be the Messiah, correct?
Yeah.
All right. That means he's a man, correct?
Yes.
All right. What the difference between this man and Allah? One eye. That's it. So is your God, Allah, a man or he is not a man?
He's not a man.
So how he is not a man, but this guy, he is saying, I'm the Messiah. Allah is saying to us, be careful. He looked
Because
like
you
me.
believe God is a
Listen,
man.
listen. The
Me,
guy
I'm
he
not.
claimed, to be the Messiah. He is not claiming to be Allah. So why Allah saying, okay, if you are confused, you should know that your Lord is not one-eyed. So the Lord here must be the Messiah, because this guy is saying, I am the Messiah. That's why the Muslim, they call him Al-Masih Dajjal, which means the false liar Messiah. So he claimed to be the Messiah. He's not claiming to be Allah. So when this hadith is written, it's saying to us, you should know that your God, the Messiah, is not one-eyed. So don't be confused with this guy, for he is claiming to be God, which means claiming to be the Messiah. But your God, the Messiah, is not one-eyed. And this is a hadith mentioned by your Prophet.
It's صحيح, I know.
It is sahih, yes.
دجال أعور وربكم ليس بأعور. As mean your God is not.
Exactly. So what's the difference between your God and your body? By the way, your God is fat. Because look at the description of this guy. He have a big butt, deep-seated, protruding, nor deep-seated. He describing him perfectly, you know, even his hair. And the only difference is what? The eye. And you should know that your Lord, do you see your Lord? Rabbukum in Arabic. You speak Arabic.
Yeah.
فَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ رَبَّكُمْ لَيْسَ بِأَعْوَرٍ. Okay. Your God, he look exactly.
Because he's have ability.
No, he look exactly like Satan.
Ability.
This guy is Satan. This guy is Satan. Do we
How
agree?
you know he's Satan? How you know?
He is the Antichrist. Who is the one who will deceive the world?
No,
Okay.
no, how you know?
Who
How
is?
you know?
Okay, okay. Let us see if he is Satan or not. When the Dajjal he see.
Satan he cannot be like just about to work with human in flesh.
Listen,
I
listen.
think this is the only ability of God. I think.
Listen to me. Listen to me. When the Dajjal he see the Messiah, what will happen?
Like he died.
What will happen exactly?
يذوب. I don't know how to say it.
Wonderful. All right. Can you translate what you just said?
يذوب. I don't know the word.
He dissolve.
Dissolve. Yeah.
He dissolve as salt dissolve in water. Correct?
Only when he smell the.
When he see Jesus, not smell.
No.
Yes.
Not he don't he
no,
doesn't even
no,
see
yes.
Jesus.
No,
when
no.
he smell his smell.
What
the smell of Jesus.
Smell of
when
Jesus.
He smell the air, yeah.
Okay, guys. So when he smelled the air of Jesus, he get melted. So who is Jesus who will make Satan melted by smelling the air of Jesus?
Satan. How you know it's Satan?
Who is he then? Who is he? Who is the one? Who is the one?
Many people
Who is the
say
one?
that the
Okay, you said to me he can do amazing things. He can bring your parents from death.
Yes, of course.
You're a prophet. He said he can cut a human being two pieces.
Satan, he cannot do that.
Satan cannot do that. Dajjal can do this.
Do that.
Okay, guys. So
he can deceive us. He can deceive us to do bad things,
all
evil
right,
things.
all right.
But he
so
cannot.
so Dajjal must be more powerful than Satan, then, correct?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So if Satan less powerful than the Dajjal, and then when the Dajjal see Jesus, he melt like salt in water. Then who is Jesus?
Prince, I believe Satan, according to your book, like he challenged God before to.
This is not the question.
But Satan, he never say he's a God.
Focus with me. Focus with me. If what kind of power Jesus he have to the point when someone like the Dajjal, you said he is way more powerful than Satan. You said that. When this person smell the air of Jesus, as you said, he melt like salt in water. So what kind of power Jesus have to the point that the one who have more power than Satan, Still, by smelling the air of Jesus, he melt. He disappear. He destroyed.
Yeah.
How come when Satan he ride your prophet's shoulders, he did not get melted?
But he's weak in Islam, Satan, Prince, you know.
He's a weak.
We
You're,
curse him.
you're a
Yeah,
prophet.
he's weak. You know, Satan is weak in Islam. He's not. He never
How
like
Satan
challenged
is weak? How Satan is weak in Islam, and he was able to control your prophet?
He never controlled my prophet. My prophet, even Umar ibn Khattab, he take him from his neck and try to kill him. By the way, and this is a hadith. And many times our prophet peace be upon him, like he talk with the Satan, but he tell us he's weak.
Umar ibn Khattab,
Yeah.
he tried to kill the Satan.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good one.
Yeah. He take him from his neck.
Okay.
And Satan, he's changed his road when Umar ibn Khattab he
Okay.
go to the prayer. To
Okay,
worship.
okay.
He changed his.
All right.
His route.
So when your prophet was bewitched, is black magic done by Satan or by Muslims? Black magic is done by whom?
Black magic. I believe there is people in the old age they do black
Okay,
magic.
who is the one who teach people black magic?
Harut wa Marut is two angels.
And
come
who
from
and
Babel.
Harut
Bro,
and
this is
Marut
the story.
and Harut and Marut, they teach who?
They teach people and they tell them we are fitna, we are like deceive. We don't. They
Let
don't
us
follow.
read the Quran together. The problem with Muslims, they read, but they read in an awkward way. Read carefully what it says. Here it says that the shayateen, they are the one who do teach people magic. It's your Quran. So chapter 2, listen, chapter 2 verse 102.
Complete what the angel
No
says.
problem. So look what happened. Allah, he opened a school in the Babylon tower. He sent two angels. Their name is Harut and Marut. This is a fictional story taken from the Armenian. And the names of those angels are Armenian names, Harut and Marut. Those two angels, they came down to the Babylon tower and they opened a school to teach magic. And the purpose of this school, to cause the man and the women to get divorced. As simple as that. So obviously Harut and Marut, when they taught the people, they tell them, okay, listen, we are here to cause a problem. We are going to teach you how to do black magic. But now we will give the microphone to our friend Sabri. How it is Harut and Marut teaching people to do magic. But in the beginning of the verse it says, the shaitans, the shayateen, not only shaitan, they are the devils, the satans, they are the one who do teach people to do black magic. Who teach the black magic, Harut and Marut or shaitan?
In both of them. Harut and Marut but Harut and Marut they are not like deceive people. They tell them we
No,
are
listen.
only for time.
A second ago,
So
you said to me, Harut and Marut only. You said to me, is not shaitan. You said that to me. I forgot.
I don't know if the shayateen
All
they
right.
can teach people.
So now
black
let's go
magic. I
back.
don't
Let's
know.
go back to zero. When your prophet under black magic, who is the one did it to him? Harut and Marut or shaitan?
Yeah, shaitan. Maybe.
Thank you. So if shaitan is the one who did that to Muhammad, that means shaitan have control over Muhammad.
No.
Yes, everybody heard you saying shaitan did it. Guys, did he say that?
No, he don't control.
No, you said, okay, I said to you, who,
I tell you, we have a spell when we say it.
listen,
he go away. He fear us.
listen. I said to you a second ago, who did the black magic to Muhammad? Harut and Marut or shaitan? You said shaitan. Okay. When shaitan did the black magic to Muhammad, was Muhammad controlled by black magic? Did that black magic affect him? Yes or no?
Yeah, maybe. He's a
Okay.
human after all.
Okay. So that means shaitan controlled him. So look what happened.
Control him? No, I don't think so. No one can control prophet, you know.
A second ago you said
Shaitan.
a second ago you said to me, I think so.
He's like, how can I say? They make black magic on him. Okay, he's sick, but he didn't control him. Satan or devils or shaitan or wherever, you know. He's sick. Okay, I'm with you. Maybe he gets sick, but no one can control him because
Okay.
he take reveal from God, you know.
Okay. So,
And God protected him.
all right. If I say to you now, I am imagining myself having sex, but in fact, I did not. Is that affecting me, controlling me, affecting my mind, or it is not?
Your mind.
All right. Isn't this what Shaitan do? It's you who said to me, Shaitan, he whispered to you, you know, to control you. So he whispered your mind. So now you are saying that the Prophet was controlled, his mind was controlled by Shaitan. So look what happened now. You're a prophet, his mind totally controlled by Shaitan. My Jesus, when the Antichrist, who you said, he is way more powerful than Shaitan, when he smelled the air of Jesus, he got destroyed. So look what we have. We have someone, when the one who is way more powerful than Shaitan, according to you, smelled Jesus, immediately he dismissed and destroyed. Boof, it's gone.
The prince, Antichrist is a man.
But listen, doesn't matter who. You said to me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is he. You said to me, he's more powerful than Shaitan. You said that.
But he's a man. He's a
Doesn't
human.
matter, even if he's a rabbit. I don't care. You said to me, he is more powerful than Shaitan. So if Jesus, when the one who is more powerful than Shaitan, smell his air, according to you, he will be destroyed. But yet, Shaitan is controlling the mind of Muhammad. So who is the one who is really have the power of God in his side? Muhammad and his God Allah, who could not protect Muhammad, or Jesus and the Father and the Holy Spirit, when Jesus walked by and the Antichrist smelled the air of Jesus, as you call it, is boom, explode.
Jesus and Muhammad have the same God.
Listen, first of all, your God failed to protect Muhammad from a stupid thing. They took some hair from his butt. They control your prophet by hair from his butt. How that can be a prophet of God? And how they can take hair of him? Secondly, who in the world gonna believe that if I take hair of somebody, I can control him by his hair? This is a voodoo. This is pagan. If you believe in that, you are pagan. So according to, yes, Aisha, she's trying, and you're a prophet, trying to fix that your prophet have mental illness. So Muhammad, he go and he lie. He said to his friends, yesterday I had sex with all my wives. Women, those men, they go to talk to the wives. They tell them, Prophet of Allah, yesterday he had boom boom with all the women in 1 hour. Muhammad, he says, fi sa'a. In fact, sa'a in the old days mean 15 minutes. Muhammad, he have sex with 13 women in 15 minutes? Who can do that? Mr. Rabbit. So this women, they start talking. And then the news came to Aisha and the wives. And they said, they don't know what's going on. They asked him, the Prophet yesterday have sex with you? Huh? He said, no, he did not. They asked the second wife, he yesterday have sex with you? He said, no, he did not even come here. So now they have to cover him. They come with this story, that the Prophet is under the effect of a black magic. So the Prophet, he imagined himself having intercourse with his wife, but in fact, he never did so. Do you see it?
He's a human after all, Prince. We don't claim Muhammad is a God.
Guys,
a human is the prophet of God.
All right. So he is a human, but this a human.
Human can be touched by demon or black magic. You know, everyone.
Wonderful. So now you just left Islam because Muslims don't believe in demon. Muslims believe.
I believe in that. I believe it. Only every Muslim, they believe in that.
No,
What you
demon
talking?
are not exist in Islam. Genie are not demon. Don't mess things up. But however,
No, it's the same. Genie, all of them, they created from
no
fire.
genie in Islam, they can have sex with Muslim women.
But
They have,
the problem is Satan, Prince, Satan, according to you, is created from light, like the other angels, Gabriel, Israfil.
you see,
And
for us, we believe that Satan is a fallen angel or fallen powerful creation of God. He disobeyed God and he cast him out. So yes, he is powerful.
how he challenged God, you
But
know?
hold on. So
How
what?
God created something to
let-
challenge him, you
all
know?
right, all right.
This is
Just to show you how silly what you are saying. You claim that this is cannot be true because he challenged God. Well, I am challenging your Allah, and your Allah cannot
no, it's
answer
not
me.
the same.
It's the
It's not the
same.
same. It's
It's
not
the
the same.
same.
He used you on earth,
I make
but
fun.
Satan was in heaven, you know?
I make
Was
fun
in
of
heaven.
Allah. Okay, in the heaven, I will go with you. In the heaven, did Allah disobey or Shaitan? Sorry, disobey Allah, which means he challenged him.
You know, but he wanted more power from him. Like he challenged him
Exactly.
to take
But a
his place.
second ago, you said your religion teach that Satan he challenged God in heaven, but it turned to be you.
No,
Listen. You're wasting my time, my friend. You're just wasting my time. So now I'm asking you, when Shaitan controlled even the sexual life of your prophet, his mind, his imagination, even the Quran says that Muhammad received satanic verses. Shaitan gave him Quran. So what is left?
It's not the word of evil, because the Quran is the word of God, and
So
it
listen.
tells us to be
Okay,
good people.
when Shaitan gave Muhammad satanic verses, are they word of evil or they are word of God?
Satanic verses.
Uh-huh.
It's from Shaitan, from devil.
Thank you very much. So Muhammad
God
received.
the God never created evil, by the way, Prince.
No,
Don't believe in God. He never
the
created evil.
Quran. No, this
God
Quran.
created
The
only
Quran
good.
come from my friend. Don't waste my time. I don't know. You see, I don't know where you get your knowledge from. You are saying to me your God did not create evil. What I show you reference right now.
Yeah, show me.
Are you sure?
That's all the Muslims believe, not me, Prince. What all Muslims all over the world are Muslims. They believe in that. God, he never created and never. He's a justice. Like okay, حرم الظلم على نفسه. Can you translate?
Okay. Allah he forbid unjust to himself. Well, that will be something funny to talk about, because according to your God, in the day of judgment, Allah will place the Christians instead of Muslims, even if the Muslim their sin is more than mountains. So you say to me, Allah he forbid himself.
I know this hadith ضعيف, by the way.
Da'if?
It's a weak hadith.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, let us go and see. Give me a second. Remember, you said you are sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, Da'if is accepted.
Not all of them. If they are good with our
depend on the mood, huh?
no, not the mood.
All right.
The scholars and what the people have a knowledge.
Yeah. The people have knowledge. Yeah. All right. Let us go to the people of knowledge and love together. You said to me, this is da'if. Is Sahih Muslim da'if? Is Al-Bukhari da'if?
No.
So why you are lying to me, Sabri?
God is justice, man.
Huh?
God is well. God is well, Prince. Is not mine. I'm still a human. I have a limited mind.
Yeah, limited. Yeah, limited. You have limited mind, but
well.
you have limited mind, but unlimited lies.
No, it's not limited. Lies.
Yeah, a second ago. Listen. So if I am not a Christian Prince who have a, let us say, a great knowledge of the laundry of Islam, and you are talking to somebody who do not know Islam, he will accept what you are saying, lying to him, and this is daif, this is etc., this is rejected, this not accept. But the second we show you, you did not even apologize for lying. You just said this is daif, I asked you, are you sure, twice. You said yes. So when you said to me, I am sure, you were lying or you were ignorant?
Da'if, because I look for the source.
What do you mean da'if? This is Sahih Muslim. I asked you, is Sahih Muslim da'if? You said no. Why you are lying?
So you're gonna take my sin in the judgment day. This the hadith say. Like,
No, your God will take your sin and he will place it on me. And yet the Muslim, they say, oh, why Jesus died for your sin? It's not right, because simply everybody have to pay for his sin. But look what happened. It turned to be the Muslims are the most hypocrite. It turned to be they go fornicate, kill, rape, and then at the end of the time, their God Allah will put their sin on us. And then they claim that Allah is all about justice. It turned to be Allah is a shish kebab God, and he have nothing to do with justice, and he discriminate.
It's the same, Prince. It's the same. If you want to say, if you don't talk about justice,
No, listen.
it's not justice for me to God send his own son to sacrifice himself on earth. It's not justice in that.
All right.
Nothing is justice
see?
in that.
Okay,
no.
you see, you just
And this is what you believe.
you just to prove Islam to be false, because God, he sent his son to save the world, and you agree with me that Jesus is the savior. How God will save the world? He sent his son to save the world. The people in this world, they decide to discriminate and to kill Jesus, and this is unjust, absolutely. But this is the unjust of the man, not the unjust of God. For God, he loved the world. So this is not about only just. This is about God is being just, and he loved before he judge you to save you if you repent. But what you Muslim you do? You follow a child molester, a black stone kisser. You worship stones. You believe a stone will erase your sin. And then Muhammad, he took some stories from the Bible to make you believe that he really worshiped the same God of the Christian and the Jews, when the fact he worshiped Allah, which is the moon God. And now you are a pagan, convincing yourself that you are following the true God, and this true God will give you endless penis. And when I ask you about this endless penis issue, you said, I can't ask God. But anyone have a little brain, he will ask
No
himself.
one can ask God, France. Not only me, man. Even you cannot ask God about many things. Why
No,
Satan
I
still
can.
alive?
No, I can. No, my God.
France, if you are
my God,
king right now,
my
I
God.
rebel on
No,
you,
listen.
you're gonna kill me, man.
All right, listen,
You're gonna
listen.
kill me.
Just
if
to
I
show
rebel on
you, just to show you that you are being ignorant. Hey, Christians, did the disciple of Jesus question Jesus? The answer, yes. Did Philip says to Jesus, why you don't show us the Father and that's it? The answer, yes. All the lives of the disciple with the Messiah, they are asking Jesus a question in Jesus. So not only we can, even the disciple, they question Jesus. How? Why? Where? This is how and why they follow him. So you cannot
Why he
ask your
didn't,
God.
why he
You
didn't
cannot
respond the
ask.
hour?
Listen. In
Brian,
the Quran,
why he didn't respond the hour?
in the Quran, in chapter 5, verse 101, it says to you, it is forbidden for you to ask questions. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Again, please. I'm sorry.
The Quran forbids you to ask questions.
Yeah, I ask if I want to explain about something.
Why?
If you, like, if there is a story, if there is something like order from God, like to do it.
No. The Quran says, because if you ask those questions, you will leave Islam. Correct? Read it. Before, oh, who you believe, ask not these things, questions, which made plain to you. Well, if we cannot ask about things made plain, we will ask about what? Things is not made plain.
There is people, okay, before you comment, ask it such a question. Then on that account, they become disbelievers. Yeah, because there is a question they make. Why people are atheists?
Exactly.
Right.
So
Why
asking
are,
questions, Muhammad have no answer.
idols.
Listen. Muhammad, because he have no answers, he's a false prophet. He forbade his followers.
They ask him who created God. No one have a
Listen,
law to ask this question.
you are just saying to me, even your God cannot answer such a silly question. This is what you just said. So now, if you ask this question, you are obviously going to leave Islam. So Allah cannot answer even the silly questions. I am with you for the last 3 hours answering all your silly words, giving you proof one after one. Yet your God, He cannot answer. Ask me who has created God, I will answer you. So your God cannot answer even this? So why His God? I mean, chat GPT can do better. So you are forbidden from asking. I am encouraged to ask. Do you know why? Because my Lord have the knowledge for His God. Your God is a fraud. He cannot answer anything. Like when they ask your prophet about why the child resembled the parents, what he said? He said, if the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy. Sorry, if the man have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy, and he will look like the father. If the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a girl. But according to science, this is absolutely false. Correct? So your prophet, he claimed that he received, and this was a question given to him by the Jews. They came to him and they said, 3 things nobody knows except a prophet of God. And this is Sahih. Muhammad told him, this is al-Bukhari, okay, regarding the child, if the child, the father is, have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy. And if the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a girl. And remember, those answers nobody knows, their answer except God. So whoever this is charged first, this is the knowledge of your God. And Muhammad, he claimed that Jibreel, he just told me this information now. He said, wait. Jibreel had just informed me that. How this man claiming to be a prophet of God, and Allah, he sent Jibreel to give him the correct answer, and he say such a silly thing. The first meal when you enter heaven, they will eat liver of the whale. Do you know why? Because those Arab, they believe eating, there is something in the liver of the whale. I forgot what they call it in English. That thing is very good for arousing you, for sex. So this is the first meal. About the child, Muhammad, he said, okay, if the man discharged preceding the woman discharge, the charge attracts symmetry to the man, which means he will be a boy and he will look like the father. If you go right now, it will take you 2 seconds, you will find this is false information. Doesn't matter who discharged first. In fact, Muslim women, they never have discharge because Muslim men, they circumcise women. This is why the wife of Muhammad, when Salama, she came to Muhammad, she said to him, yesterday I was touching myself, touching her vagina, and she have orgasm. Should she wash? She have discharge. Muhammad, he said to her, yeah. The wife of Muhammad said to him, do women even have discharge? He said, yes. So the wife of Muhammad was circumcised. Salama never circumcised. Salama, she have discharge. Salim, sorry. And Salama never have. One is circumcised, the other one does not. So Muslim women, the wife of Muhammad, never have orgasm. So if the women never have orgasm, that means always you have to have a baby boy. And all of us, we knew that whoever charged first have nothing to do with this. Who come first, who come after, who care? This is what make the baby according to science. It is the semen of the man decide the gender of the baby. It's not even the women. So your prophet, my friend, is a false man. And we prove it all the time.
What about my God?
If your prophet is false, your God is false.
No.
Yeah.
There's not lie and there's
No.
not the Jews say about me.
My friend, if you...
They tell me you follow
Okay,
right
so-
God, but
so
your
now-
prophet is you follow false religion.
White
And
God?
you don't-
White God?
No, right, the right
Right.
God, right
Uh-huh.
God. It means the true God, the true God.
Yeah,
They
because
tell me,
my
but
God
you,
is...
they-
You see,
they call
so
you-
now,
but
Sabri,
you-
look what
you
happened.
follow the false God.
Listen. So now you are agreeing with me that your prophet is making poo-poo, and you claim that your prophet making poo-poo, but your God did not. But your prophet, he just said, you are following Muhammad. Islam is saying Shahada, and the Shahada is a shirk. You have to put name of Muhammad with the name of Allah. So if you deny Muhammad, and now you are doing that, you are denying that Muhammad is a prophet, that means you are the Muslim no more. So now you are saying to me, okay, I believe only on Allah now. I don't believe in Muhammad no more.
No, but how can believe in Allah doesn't believe in Muhammad? How
You
can
just agreed with me
like
that
the
this is...
same.
but-
You can believe in Jesus, but you
you just
cannot believe
agreed
the
with
Holy
me.
Spirit and
Okay,
the Father.
do you agree that what Muhammad said here is a lie?
No, I don't know.
What do you mean
I
you don't know?
live with him in his
Okay,
age. This
go
hadith,
right now. Go right
course.
now. Go right now and search in ChatGPT or Ask DJ. Why the child resemble the parents? Are they going to say to you who just charged first? It's a lie. Your prophet made it so clear. If the man have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy and will look like the father. If the women have orgasm first, the baby will look like the women and he will be a female. And this is absolutely clear false lie, and this is sahih. So you have to admit that your prophet, he fabricate lies, and here we get him busted. It's not up to you. You can go in denial, but that will not change the fact. I feel that Sabri already he left Islam, but he is not brave enough to say it. What do you think, guys? I can see it. I can see it. I can feel it. He is so quiet. He is already out. I don't blame him. He just discovered that Muhammad is a false man. Say it, Sabri, why you are so quiet? You agreed.
Well, I have a nice conversation with you, Prince. I'm gonna go to audience. Down, okay.
All right, you have a nice conversation with me, no problem. But why you don't say you left Islam already? I can tell from your voice. Yeah, you left Islam. I'm happy for you, my friend. He left the stage. I'm so happy for Sabri that he left Islam. I'm glad that I did not waste my time. My throat is hurting me, honestly. But God is good. He have good knowledge about his religion. He tried his best to defend it and to duct tape Muhammad, but Muhammad have too many holes. It's like a guy who go to the spring of water and he have a basket for eggs to put water in it, and the basket made from bamboo, and there's tons of holes in it. So the poor Sabri, he was trying his best to duct tape this basket, and the water is leaking from everywhere. And then a moment come, he's out of duct tape. And we are happy for you. See, Christians, those Muslims, they debate those who do not know. But the second they come to the one who know all the laundry of Muhammad, and we are armed by the words of Jesus, and we are victorious by his name. Those Muslims do not even know who is Muhammad's father. Like we have ultimate fart here. But I'm not going to bring him to the stage. This guy, his voice is annoying. And he's stupid. We ask him, where is the miracle of Muhammad? He says 19. 19. So they lose, and we burn all Muhammad fuses. The fornicator, the liar, the fabricator, the fairy storyteller, the one who command his men to do breastfeeding for adult, the one who promised men, when you go to heaven you will have women who they are see-through, which is disgusting and stupid, just because those Arab are obsessed with white women. I mean, this will be attractive if you are a dog. Your saliva will run when you see the bones. How in the world that will be attractive to men? How in the world this man can be trusted to be a prophet? You have to be mentally ill to follow such a man. And then they keep repeating, oh, the Quran is preserved, and this is a proof that Allah preserved the Quran, must be a true religion. And then we find that the goat ate the Quran. But by the way, this is from a good family goat, not just any goat. From a very noble line of goats. King Charles, the idiot, is her cousin. Oh, must be a miracle of God. The Quran is preserved. Then we find Aisha saying that the chapter of Al-Ahzab used to be equal to the chapter of the cow, which means hundreds of verses missing in one chapter alone. Omar, he said that the Quran is 1,027,000 letter, which means 1,027,000. How much left of them? Depends how the Muslims they count. 270,000. So more than 80% of the Quran are gone. So to make it simple, a prophet, he takes shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and stinky garbage, as the hadith says. He is coming to teach us how to be people of hygiene. It's like Sadhguru scamming people, taking their money and teaching you about not to be selfish. Yet he owns hundreds of millions of dollars, and his people in India, they are sleeping in the street. Not to be selfish. Donate to me. If you donate to me, you are not selfish. If you keep the money in your bank account, you are selfish. Right? Scammers. By the way, all scammers, they share the same target. And there is some, they claim to be Christian, they are the same. It's just about money and business. And this is why they come in YouTube and TikTok. If TikTok and YouTube don't make money, they will never show up. And you know that. Not only Muslims, those who claim to be Christian, many of them. So how we know, how we differentiate? The Lord said, from their fruits you shall know them. All cult leaders, even those who claim to be Christians, they want two things: money and sex. And then they will try their best to use the name of God to get into your panty and into your pocket. And if you are a fool, you will become a Abdul. And then you will end with Aisha, who is saying they want sex marriage. They want what? Sex marriage. What do you mean sex marriage? Sex marriage, what does that mean?
Are you
In a world of spiritual influencers and
They are spiritual influencers, you know. Spiritual. This is spiritual. This is spirituality. Black stone kissers, mut'a, nikah in the corner in McDonald's. You know, I mean, it's a spiritual, brother. Even your God is not a spirit. How you can claim that your religion is a spiritual if your God himself is not even a spirit? Oh boy, what a story. Should we close with Aisha telling us, remind us about what Mimi Hijab did to her?
My family, he knew everything. He knew my father is a very old man. He knew that I would struggle a lot to find a suitable husband because there is no one to help me vet anybody. He reassured me a lot about all of these details. Told me, you are in safe hands. I will take very good care of you, keep you safe.
You are in safe hands. Just sit on my lap. I appreciate that. He's a man of God. Not like those men these days, you know. A real man. They are in safe hands. No, don't sit next to me. Sit on my lap. So you can be exactly between my hands. All right? As long as you are sitting in my lap, you are in safe hands. You want safety, security? Sit here.
He told me I am not like those men who trash women the next day.
You don't. He just F them. He don't trash them. He just F you, leave you in the hotel, he leave. He don't trash you. See? He keep his promise.
He told me that he fights against feminism. After he married me, he wanted me to be independent. He told me if I take care of all the women around me and I deal with all their needs, I'm never going to be able to do anything for the da'wah. He didn't want to pay for the bills.
See, he don't want to pay for the bills because he is a man of God. I mean, just think about it. Isn't it enough he has given you his semen? I mean, do you know how prices the semen of Mimi Hijab? You are greedy. Do you know the price of 1 gram of semen of Mimi Hijab? Unbelievable. I mean, it doesn't matter what you give those women. Still they complain. So now he make you sit in his lap for free. He flip you upside down in the bed for free. He do all kind of positions, which is yoga, for free. He donates semen to you for free. And then you want him to pay the bills? Disgusting. In fact, Mimi Hijab now he should sue you for not paying him. He have a proof. You are asking him to pay. What a shame. So you take this naive man and you sleep with him. You fix him in the bed against his will. You make him bend over and you do boom boom, and then you claim to be the victim. Who's going to believe you? Allah is watching. May Allah curse you. May Allah curse you. Hold on, I have a call. Hello? Get a breath. First of all, you are lying. Aisha, she is not saying the truth. Like, hold on, you know. First of all, why you are saying her name like this? She's married. You cannot say her name. You know, show respect. Get a breath. First of all, she is Aisha, but that she is not the mother of the believer. Like, how you know? Maybe this Aisha, the same wife of the Prophet. We did not see her. How you know? Do you have any proof? Get a breath. First of all, Aisha, the mother of the believer, you are stupid. She is already dead. She died long time ago. Hold on. Maybe she came back. And I have a proof that this is the same woman. Get a breath. I don't want anything to you. No, I have to listen. Listen. She is horny. She is seeking many men. And she is chasing them. And this is exactly what Aisha did. Isn't it the hadith says that let us decorate and put makeup on a slave girl so we can hunt some young men of Quraysh? Get a breath. First of all, the mother of the believer, she was hunting young men of Quraysh for hunting purpose. What do you mean for hunting purpose? She put makeup on the girl, make her walk in the street almost naked, and then young men will chase her. They keep following her to go to her house. What do you mean she is hunting young men for a purpose? What the purpose? Get a breath. First of all, there is many purpose. As an example, the purpose, my wife, she hunt me. Who? Your wife, she hunted you? Exactly. I was walking down the street. I saw a girl. I keep following her, keep following, until I arrived to a door. She entered the door. I followed the door, and I entered the door. And then my wife, she captured me. And then I married. True story. Let me wash my monitor because it's covered by the rain coming from the mouth of Zakir Naik. What a stupid religion. What a stupid donkey religion. Duct tape. Let us duct tape Muhammad. Okay, continue, Aisha, just to finish with you.
He said you didn't ask for it during the nikah. He wanted me to play both the role of a man and a woman in my life. He used to fight the red pill
Guys, he married a transgender. We just heard it.
movement. And now he was using their own statements with me. It's okay, you're gonna get used to it, boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
What's wrong with that? Chuku tuku. As in Iraq, they say shukumaku. Boyfriend, girlfriend. What's wrong with that? You are friends. You share bed only. I mean, aren't you agreeing to sleep with him in the hotel? There's no marriage house. He did not even rent a room. A hotel. He don't walk with you. You go from the door, he go from the other door, so nobody can see you together. Even girlfriend and boyfriend, people don't see you together. They don't hide. He hide because he's a shameful person.
I don't think that there is anyone who could ever possibly get to understand the degree of damage this whole thing has caused me.
Use makeup. In the Middle East, there's a product coming from China. It's called Virgin Again. Anybody heard of it? Virgin Again. In case you do not know what is that, it's just a case, a liquid, will look like blood. So the women, the Muslim women, she sleep with 10,000 men before marriage. And now tonight is going to get married. And then the guy, I mean, they have a very weird tradition, in case you do not know. After he go to the bedroom and he excuse my language, his wife, he come out and he have a towel covered by blood. And this is supposedly the blood came from her vagina because she just lost her virginity. So what those women, they do, they use this product from China, which is a case, you know, like a case. They insert it inside their vagina before the intercourse. And this case have a blood, but this blood does not go dry. It have a liquid to keep it, you know, like doesn't enter, it's exposed to the air. So it's really, I mean, it's look really real. So the guy, he's a naive, he's a stupid, he's a dummy. He go, oh, my wife. She said to him, what is this? You take off your pant, what is this? He said, this is penis. Oh, mashallah, I never saw something like this. It looked like a snake. And why it's so shiny? Oh, I painted with phosphor because you know, we will turn the light off so you can see it. Oh, okay, mashallah, I never saw a penis like this before. And then he would say to her, I thought you are a virgin. How you say I never saw a penis like this before? Imam Murrah wanna play for us an audio. You don't even dare to talk. By the way, Imam Murrah, say hello to Fifi. It doesn't say that, CP. Do you want to play more for me the videos of Fifi saying you can be a pimp? Imam Murrah? Imam Murrah, how do you do? Shame on Muhammad, shame on you. Where is your Fifi? He will not make any comment of me Hijab, his boyfriend, effing a lot of women. Okay, I will let you talk. I'm sure you will not talk. You will just play an audio. Go ahead. Go.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Talk. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. What do you think about Mimi Hijab doing this to this woman?
Mohammed Hijab?
Uh-huh.
Are you talking about Mohammed Hijab?
Uh-huh.
Give me the source first.
Are you using the internet of the neighbors?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who
I'm
Mohammed
talking
Hijab
about,
is.
you do not know who is Mohammed Hijab?
I know him, but I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Well, okay, I will give you a summary. Mohammed Hijab is a person who get naked in the front of the embassy of China, and he scared the hell of them. Since then, the Chinese, they will not go to UK. And then he promised Muslims that he want to spread Islam, he collect donation, and then he take the donation to sleep with Muslim women. As you see, this is Aisha, she is one of those victims. So what do you think about that?
So if a person made wrongdoings, will you blame Islam for it?
What?
So I don't know what's going on, huh? But you said that Mohammed Hijab did something bad. Are you blaming Islam if Mohammed Hijab did something bad?
Yeah, because he is doing it according to Islamic teaching.
Well, show me then.
All right. Can you in Islam take a woman to the hotel and have sex with her and convince her that this is called misyar marriage, which means easy marriage? We sleep with you once a while in the hotel. Is that allowed in Islam or not?
In Islam, you should have marriage first before the intercourse.
Okay, but he is saying he did marry her in Zoom, and then they Zoom together inside the hotel. And he married her with the intent or the intention of divorcing her. Is that legal in Islam or not? Which means mut'ah.
I don't know what's going on, maybe, because I don't trust you, man. Maybe you just exaggerate things that are happening.
Okay. What about you sit down and then we will play the video for you and you make a comment. Let us hear together.
Mohammed Hijab for me was a representation of 23 years of Dawah. For me, he was a role model. He was a man of knowledge. He was someone I respected and I did put at a very high scale. I followed this exact same process that we normally use, based on which we get to trust men of religion who are sharing with us the Quran and Sunnah. When I realized I was going through an extremely horrible mental health crisis, I reached out to one of the shuyukh. I just wanted someone to help me understand what happened. My trauma did grow even bigger because Mohammed's hijab's reaction to that was crazy. He started threatening me as well to silence me openly. He was like, listen, if you're going to expose this, I can get away with it. I can say anything as an excuse, and you're not gonna get nothing from that. No one is gonna have pity on you. Women will not, men will not. I can give any excuse. I can tell them I was sexually not satisfied. In fact, I don't even have to give any excuse whatsoever. I gave you a mahr. There were 2 witnesses. That's it. Done. It was sealed. I'm safe. I never ever imagined these kind of actions would come from him. Ever. Anyone, but not him. So he followed a list of Islamic rulings as he claims, and nothing of what he did was actually haram. It's Islamically all right to give false promises to a woman you intend to get married to. You're Islamically not obliged to fulfill those promises. You are not obliged Islamically to speak to your in-laws. You don't even have to ask for their blessings after the nikah and congratulations. It's Islamically okay to live in a hotel. The husband can go to wherever he wants with his wife. He's not obliged to pay for anything. He's not obliged to provide because I didn't need provision. It's Islamically okay not to have kids. The Sahaba used to avoid having kids. It's Islamically okay to keep everything secret, to preserve the marriage, even if you are to show up in the hotel separately and come out from it separately. The shuyukh I reached out to them made me even more traumatized. Some of them said, he is right. All these things are halal.
See?
As long as the 4 pillars of nikah were met. You can't know what his intention is. But his intention is actually very clear. This is a no-string marriage. He said that with the intention of divorce. He articulated that. He encouraged others to go for these options. He openly and proudly said there is nothing wrong with marriage with the intention of divorce. And through deception, because actually a man is not obliged to Islamically fulfill his promises. There were no actions taken. I asked for help. I wanted these things to be resolved between scholars. I asked for justice. I wanted there to be actions taken. I was harmed. I was harmed. My life was harmed. He completely destroyed me and he was proud of it. Our elites and people who are at the front of this work, they have to be held accountable. It's the silence of scholars and lack of accountability and complete scrutiny that creates monsters. I wanted to have a good life, I wanted to have a family, I wanted to be happy. You have completely destroyed my life and that of my daughter. All the ambition and emotions and dreams I had for religion, I wanted to be part of. Everything that I wanted in my life, that is completely destroyed because of you. I do ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be the judge. I am never going to forgive you. Every breath of time that I have gone throughout all these years, because of you, in your falsehood, in your oppression, in your transgression, I do ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to pay me back for that. I will never forgive you. I would like you to bring forward your evidence, and I want to challenge you to mubahala. Your sin is not a sin that has to be concealed. This is not something you did between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in hiding and you repented. This is not what you have done. This is something that you have doubled on. This is something you were proud of. This is something you spread. This is something you encouraged others to follow. This is something you continued with the McDonald's nikah. This is something you have.
McDonald Nukah. Are you there, Murrah?
I'm here. I'm here.
Do you like
CP.
Do you like McDonald Nukah?
Wait. First of all, I have to give comments on that. I don't know what's going on. I'm not here to talk about the issues of Muhammad.
Okay, take a hike. So why you made me play all of this? I said I do not know, so I play it for you, and now you are saying you are not talk about it. Potato. Shish kebab. What an idiot. So I was playing to who? I heard this before. I was playing it for you, so you can tell me your comment. And now you say to me I'm not going to talk. Potato. Do you see why Christian Prince he called Muslims potatoes? Because I fry them, I dry them, and then after frying and drying, I crunch them. Crunch, crunch. Crunch a bunch. One after one. By the way, I don't know. I am not really satisfied with my belief. You know, I am thinking to be Muslim for some time. I want to take a break, man. If there is any belief in women, she want to offer for me a McDonald nikah. I love McDonald. So the McDonald and effing together, that is a great deal. Who can and she pay for it? Unbelievable. McDonald donut nikah? How in the world that work? Hold on. McDonald nikah?
Mubahala. Your sin is not a sin that has to be concealed. This is not something you did between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in hiding and you repented. This is not what you have done. This is something that you have doubled on. This is something you were proud of. This is something
Proud
you
of that.
spread. This is something you encouraged others to follow. This is something you continued with the McDonald's nikah.
I feel hungry now. I mean, two things together, this is too much for a single man. McDonald and nikah. I mean, this is too much temptation, sorry. This is too much temptation. And who's talking about it? Aisha. This is trouble temptation. Aisha, police be upon her herself, is talking about McDonald. Who can believe that the Prophet wife, once she will come back to life and she will talk about McDonald? I never thought that McDonald will reach Al-Bukhari or Al-Quran. Look how famous the McDonald become. And the funny, all of this is scandal. Not a single Muslim he made a video about Mimi Hijab. They are trying to bury it, but we will not let it buried. Brother, Ali Dawah, did she post a video? Yes, that she posted the video. She is vicious and she's also angry. Brother, that is not to make a video to respond to her. Otherwise, that will make too much noise. Just let it go. Let it go. Okay. I will not. I will go down in the hole until nobody like Mimi Hijab in the hole. Mimi Hijab in the hole. Roger. Cockroaches. All right, guys. It's time for me to go. Did we have good time? Did we? I hope so. As you see, this is a very stupid, filthy cult. We can't even call it a religion. This is very sexual penis. God worshippers. They justify all their evil. A man, he did everything according to Islam. And you see what Islam is about. According to Islam, this is done. If this is what they do when they do according to Allah teaching, so what is evil then? So what the Muslims do, they fornicate, but they call it marriage. So what is the difference between hiring a prostitute from the street and paying her some money, take her to a hotel? Do you know why they take that to the hotel? Because they cannot bring her home. You see, when a man, he don't even want you to come to his house. There must be a reason. He's ashamed of you, and he's ashamed of himself to do it at home. People will know, people will see. And the Bible says it clearly about those things what they are doing in the hidden. And we have many verses about it. I hope soon many of you will give us some examples. I like to see Christians quoting for me verses from our book, the book of God, not the book of fornication. When one in the Bible commits sin, God rebuke him. God punish him. In their religion, satanic religion, they are proud of it. But what do you expect if the Prophet himself is a scumbag? A piece of junk. And the top of that, he want to teach you how to be clean. Yet he is dirty from inside and outside. According to the hadith, the Prophet, he takes shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and sticky garbage. And he was full of lies. In fact, the first fight happened between Muslims. It was because the smell of Muhammad. This is called Ma'arakatul Qundura, the fight of shoes. They start throwing shoes at each other. Why? One said to Muhammad, "You and your donkey smell so disgusting." And imagine, he's a Muslim. So Prophet Muhammad will teach us how to be clean. And the Muslims, they claim that they are Sunni, which means they are following the steps of Muhammad. But until now, we don't see Muslims jumping with dead dogs and women blood from garbage and a stinky, menstruation blood. Nobody doing that. They claim to be Sunni, but nobody want to do it. So I want to say, let me take this picture off. I mean, come on, people are going to sleep soon, and you put this picture for them. That's not even nice. What's wrong with this guy? Put something nice and friendly. Yes, we are the crusade. So I want to say thank you, guys. May the Lord bless you. And always remember, follow only the good God. There's many gods. There's many gods. Each human being worships something. Some they worship penis. Some they worship vagina. Some they worship the dollar. Some they worship gold. Everybody have his own God. But there's only one good God. That is our Lord the Messiah. When he asked the man, "Why you call me good? Don't you know that only God is good?" Jesus was asking him, "How you know that I am God? I am the good shepherd. I know my sheep." In order to be the good shepherd, you have to be good first. In order to be good, you have to be God. And somebody, he is not good, he cannot take care of others, for he is not even taking care of himself. And the proof of that, he cannot be good. So the good shepherd, he can save you. And we heard Sabri agree that the Messiah is the Savior. Who can save you? The bad, the ugly, or the good? Only the good Lord can save us. So if there is something we can be proud about, it's not about us. It's about the Messiah. When the rabbi said to him, do you say that you are the son of the blessed one? He said, you just said so. You just agreed. Yes, I am the son of the blessed one. Muhammad is a son of the devil. His fruit, his teaching is corrupting the world. And this is just a little example of what Muslims, they live in their life every day. In the appearance, they dress, hijab, and they are modest. Oh, haram, we wear gloves in our hand. We cannot shake hands with you. Sorry, we cannot shake hands with you. But behind the scene, the filth, the disgusting, the garbage, the stink is all over. Islam is the same as a white grave. covered by marble. So they tried their best with their money to decorate the grave. But at the end of the day, the grave is a grave. It is very dark inside, no matter how much marble you put outside. With the Messiah, the grave is empty. The tomb, proven it. With the Messiah, there is resurrection. There's no grave. The grave of man and women is their sin. And that is Islam. Islam encourages you to do sin. The resurrection of the man and the women is to be free of their sin, and that is in the hand of Jesus. So, whoever believes in me and die, he will live. Whoever obey my Father, do the will of my Father, he can call me Lord, Lord, and will enter the kingdom of my Father. The followers of the Messiah are not a bunch of losers. They are the crusade. And we are the crusade. God bless you, and I hope to see you soon again. God is good. So is Jesus. I mean to that. Take care.